and good evening, depending on where you are, and welcome to our policy webinar on formalizing SMMEs through cooperative, promoting the SMMEs formalization through cooperative enterprise. First and foremost, I would like first to thank you, all of you who have made it time to be with us. Allow me first to give the salutation to Mr. Amason Sibanda, Chief National Strategies and the Capacity Building Branch, Division of Sustainable Development Goal, Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Stephen Jackson, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Kenya. Mr. Japhet Makomere, International Cooperative Alliance, IC Africa President, who also doubles up as the President of the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. Mr. Henry Rita, Director, General Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, representing the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Kenya. As you have heard, I would like also to extend the salutation to the members of private sectors, government officials present, cooperators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My names are Chioge Sifa. I'm the international consultant for the UNDSA. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this policy workshop to discuss the promotion of SMMEs formalization through the cooperative enterprise model. This particular webinar has got two objectives. One is to bring together the policymakers, cooperative and the SMME umbrella organization, the private sector and development partners to discuss and explore the ways and means forward to address, identify local and international best practices in facilitating the SMMEs formalization through the cooperative enterprise model. The second objective is to underline recommendation and that encourage the formalization of MSMEs and draw lessons from the successful experience and the cooperative enterprise model in Kenya, with a particular focus on policy space, regulations, and business development support systems. We have got our outcomes for this particular workshop is threefolded. First is to provide recommendation for strengthening capacity building, dialogue, and implementation of the way forward to leverage the cooperative enterprise model for enhancing SMME formalization. Second, it suggests evidence-based solutions for addressing the key challenges facing the SMMEs formalization and growth through the cooperative enterprise model. And finally, formulates key messages that encourage the formalization and growth of SMMEs by drawing lessons from the successful cooperative enterprise model in Kenya. So without further ado, please allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Amason Sibanda to give his key messages. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sifa, and good afternoon, colleagues. And for those in the United States, good morning, and probably some on the Asian side, good evening. Mr. Henry Rita, Director General, Micro and Small Enterprises Authority of Kenya. Mr. Jean Bosco Halerimana, Director General, Rwanda Cooperative Agency. Mr. Japhet Magomere, President, International Cooperative Alliance Africa. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority of the Republic of Kenya for jointly organizing with the Division for Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Department of Economic Affairs this capacity building workshop on promoting micro, small, medium-sized enterprises formalization through the cooperative enterprise model. This workshop is very timely given the agency the international community has placed on getting back on track and implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, following the massive devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic that has plunged the global economy into a recession and caused an unprecedented health crisis. Getting back on track and successfully implementing this ambitious global agenda requires the full participation of all stakeholders, including micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. MSMEs play a critical role in the economic growth and structural transformation of African economies, including that of Kenya. They contribute to inclusive growth and employment creation and are a source of livelihoods for the poor, women, youth, and people in vulnerable situations. Most MSMEs in developing countries are informal in nature, and they constitute the backbone of economies across Africa. According to the International Labour Organization, the informal sector provided about 75% of non-agricultural employment and 72% of overall employment in sub-Saharan Africa in 2016. Although accounting for the highest proportion in the MSME sector, informal and unregistered MSMEs would need to be supported substantially to improve their economic productivity. Would need to be supported substantially to improve their economic productivity. In contrast to their contributions to the majority of employment opportunities, informal MSMEs contribute to GDP growth at a lesser scale in most sub-Saharan African countries, ranging from 20 to 40%. Informal MSMEs are also left with fewer avenues to access credit and business development support, especially during times of crisis, such as the ongoing pandemic. Further, workers in the informal sector constitute most of the working poor and lack access to social protection and health care, and tend to work under inadequate safety conditions. The interplay of these factors worsens their vulnerabilities to external shocks. Incoherent and uncertain regulatory frameworks have been identified as one of the major hurdles for MSME formalization and growth. In that regard, it is encouraging to witness the strong steps taken across the continent to reduce regulatory burdens and establish simplified business registry mechanisms. When fully implemented, such measures have the potential to contribute to cutting the costs of opening and operating businesses, including MSMEs. Apart from registration and regulatory measures, additional efforts should be taken to encourage MSME entrepreneurs to formalize their business ventures. Capacities of MSME entrepreneurs need to be strengthened as well. Efforts are also required to raise their awareness of simplified registration mechanisms and to actively pursue benefits related to formalization that include expanded access to credit, market opportunities, and business development services. These measures, when fully implemented, will not only contribute to the formalization and growth of MSMEs, but will also contribute to enhancing their resilience to economic shocks, upholding their roles as job engines. The majority of MSMEs in Kenya are informal and employ most of the working population in the country. In 2017, MSMEs created almost 83% of new jobs. MSMEs, including the informal ones, are included in national sustainable development plans, such as the Kenya Vision 2030 and the Big Four Agenda. These plans recognize their role as job creators and key contributors to inclusive growth. Considering the significance of MSMEs to sustainable development, innovative policy approaches are therefore needed to improve formalization, and this includes leveraging Kenya's successful experience in the area of cooperative enterprise development. As you are all aware, cooperatives are about empowerment, inclusion, and sustainability. Across the world, cooperatives are working tirelessly to uphold the principles of equality and democratic participation. They embody the principle of the Sustainable Development Goals that no one should be left behind. Cooperatives are also recognized as a main component of the solidarity economy and play a critical role in the transition to the formal economy. Cooperative development policies, when embedded with appropriate legal and regulatory measures, can stimulate joint entrepreneurship that bridges between formality and informality. It is with this backdrop that the Division for Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social conducted a policy study on improving MSME formalization by leveraging the full experience of cooperative enterprise development in Kenya. Through extensive consultations with diverse stakeholders, the study has reached interesting findings. The study found that the cooperative enterprise model could contribute to MSME formalization in Kenya. With their membership-based and people-centered structures, cooperatives could stimulate formalization by acting as platforms to reduce the costs of intermediaries, pool expertise and resources, in addition to optimizing the efficiency of coordination between business and government entities. Cooperatives could also provide business development support, including mentoring services and networks to access market opportunities, along various value chains, and financial resources, which are critical for business growth. MSME association with similar membership structure as cooperatives are suggested as the catalyst for MSME formalization. Organized with effective and inclusive structures, MSAs would be strengthened to tap into regional and global value chains, such as those presented by the emergence of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the bright prospects that could be pursued through formalization, please allow me to underline the fact that MSMEs, especially the informal ones, are facing mounting challenges at this moment. The various measures that have been put in place to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, including curfews, lockdown, and social distancing measures, have led to the reduction of revenues, massive job losses, and the closure of MSMEs. In addition to bringing new challenges, such as the least customer foot traffic, the pandemic has exacerbated existing challenges facing MSMEs, particularly limited access to credit. According to a survey of the Kenya Bureau of Statistics in 2016, only 0.8% of informal MSMEs were able to borrow from commercial banks, despite their prevalence in the MSME sector. Without sufficient cash reserves, informal MSMEs are too vulnerable to weather economic shocks, such as those caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Their informality further renders them less able to access and benefit from economic stimulus packages and emergency credit. Targeted policy measures that offer timely support to both formal and informal MSMEs will be crucial to revitalize these enterprises if we aim to get back on track and achieve the SDGs. In this regard, I am pleased to note that this event will not only review good practices on leveraging MSME formalization, but also explore how leveraging lessons learned from the cooperative enterprise model could encourage the growth and formalization of MSMEs in Kenya and other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe in our discussions today, they would be important to identify and map out a way forward to address key issues affecting SMEs in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era. I encourage your active participation in the discussions and share your thoughts and insights. Your contributions will be invaluable for us to strengthen the effectiveness of our work in Kenya, which is built on solid partnership with the Ministry of Industry, Trade, Enterprise Development, and the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. We are honored for having supported the establishment of the MSEA Strategic Plan 2020 to 2024, which is closely linked with the 23rd Agenda for Sustainable Development and Kenya's own National Sustainable Development Agenda. Together with the UN country team and development partners, we look forward to strengthening the partnership with the Ministry and the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority and explore ways that the government can use to fully leverage the contributions of MSMEs to achieving the 23rd Agenda for Sustainable Development and the AU Agenda 2063. Going forward, it will be critical to recognize the heterogeneity of the MSME sector and ensure that sustained policy support is tailor-made to the specific needs of MSMEs as the first responders to the pandemic in terms of protecting jobs and sustaining livelihoods. International cooperation remains the key for building an enabling policy environment for MSME growth through partnerships, capacity building, and policy dialogue. Let us therefore commit ourselves to working together if we are to effectively and sustainably harness the power of MSMEs to achieve the SDGs and create a world of dignity and opportunity for all. The United Nations system will continue to support national efforts to promote the growth and formalization of MSMEs as mandated by the General Assembly. Together, we'll build sustainable societies through cooperation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sibanda, for stressing the importance of both the SMMEs and cooperative in accelerating the Building Back Better initiative after the COVID-19 pandemic, and also for co-hosting this event together with the Small and Medium Authority from Kenya. Once again, thank you. Please allow me now to welcome Mr. Magomere to the floor. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sifa. Our chief guest this afternoon, the Minister for Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development in Kenya, represented by Mr. Rizal, the Director General Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. Ladies, the UNRC and the UNPP representatives, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, receive warm greetings from IC Africa. It is my honor today to deliver the opening remarks during this online workshop on promotion of MSMEs formalization through the cooperative enterprise model. Ladies and gentlemen, noteworthiness of micro, small, and medium enterprises cannot be overemphasized, as they have shown through the years that they are the heart of the economic development of many African countries and indeed the whole world at large, spread across all sectors from service to production. They are key drivers in fostering innovation, wealth creation, and leading job creation. The informality of the sector has, however, somewhat limited the proficiency of the sector and the impact the sector is expected to bring about. On the global platform, the sector is reflected in different development agendas, agenda goals, the SDG 8 and the African Agenda of 2063, whose incentive is to develop and promote frameworks that provide decent jobs, improve standards of living, enhance technology adoption and productivity, inclusive economic growth, entrepreneurship and formalization of MSMEs, the African Union Commission of 2016, and the United Nations Chapter of 2015. Distinguished guests, the seventh cooperative principle states that cooperatives are led by the concern for the community's sustainable development and growth. Today, I would like to express the willingness of ICA Africa to see our communities grow through the formalization of MSMEs. Cooperative societies from their antecedents have not only contributed to the development of small-scale businesses, but are in themselves small-scale businesses, while also serving as catalysts for small organization and cohesion. They always promote small business development through entrepreneurial development, promotion of establishment of small-scale industries, promotion of small-scale hold agriculture, and so forth. As an economic enterprise and autonomous self-help organizations, cooperatives play a meaningful role in uplifting the socioeconomic conditions of their members and their local communities, as well as running major international businesses. They help to create improved and protective income, as well as generating employment opportunities that will then contribute to poverty reduction. The business model focuses on the individual who wishes to start or expand a business, including SMEs, to better their socioeconomic life, and thus led by individuals who can be considered entrepreneurs. It is a known model to have assisted in the establishment and development of SMEs through its role of entrepreneurship promotion, raising capital, provision of infrastructural facilities, small-scale industrialization, and developing smallholder agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, we believe we need to seek refuge in the cooperative movement at this crucial juncture to grant our SMEs a new lease of life. For instance, if there is synergy among the SMEs, the cooperatives and the banks a winning solution could envisage whereby the SMEs avail themselves for bank funding via the cooperative model, and the banks mitigate their credit risk by lending to the SMEs via the cooperative model, relying on the stringent debt recovery method as prescribed by the various countries' cooperatives acts. For the case of Kenya, the government has really expressed its concern regarding the persistent informality of SMEs sector and the government's efforts through the session of paper number 2 of 2005 on development of SMEs and the Act of 2012 and other important documents and discussions have been conveyed. As a way forward, cooperatives, in spite of all odds, have promoted and are still playing an important role in the promotion of SMEs. They will do more if appropriate steps are taken to create an enabling environment for them. For example, friendly regulatory frameworks, capacity building platforms, and so on and so forth. It is becoming increasingly obvious that MSMEs are key to our country's prosperity. We all acknowledge efforts by the governments and other stakeholders that have tried their best with the different initiatives to promote SMEs. It is our urge and desire as cooperative movement that we can help in the formalization of this sector in our region. I wish to conclude, ladies and gentlemen, today I'm confident and believe that all these great minds gathered around such a topic will bring light on the way forward for our countries and continent's development. So thank you all for listening to me, and I wish you very fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Magomere, for those words of wisdom, and especially for illustrating the role that cooperatives have played in the development of SMMEs, and also its own contribution to the SDGs. Key notes to note also your call for urgent need to work together, that is SMMEs through cooperatives, in together with financial institutions to address or reverse the adverse effect that the COVID-19 pandemic through its lockdown has brought to the world, and especially in Africa and Kenya. Thank you much, once again. Please allow me now to welcome our key chief guests, Mr. Henry Ritha, who is here representing her Honorable Minister of Industrialization and Trade. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Mr. Emerson Sibanda, the Chief National Strategies and Capacity Building Branch in the UNDESA. Distinguished guests, my fellow contributors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and afternoon as applicable. I am pleased to feature in this very important and timely discussion, and I want to convey the greetings of our chief guest, Madam Betty Maina, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of industrialization, trade and enterprise development in Kenya. This discussion could not have come at a better time, appreciating the challenges that the whole world, and especially the country in Kenya, is facing in the area of trying to address the challenges of COVID-19. Allow me to start my presentation by thanking the Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations and my fellow partners in this discussion for organizing this very important discussion that brings together serious thought leaders, industry stakeholders, and other stakeholders in the micro, small, and medium enterprises environment to come up with practical suggestions that will really influence policy, not just in Africa, but in the entire world, in trying to adopt strategies for formalization of micro, small, and medium enterprises. I am pleased by the high-level participation that is here, and I want to really welcome most sincerely all the participants that are here. I am convinced that together we'll be able to add to the existing thoughts, existing policy leadership that will assist us in this discussion. Over the next few hours, I want to believe that you'll have very rich discussions, and I want to assure you that as the micro, small, and medium enterprises fraternity in Kenya in particular, we are very excited by this discussion. Allow me to, in a snapshot, paint the picture that the micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs are facing in the country as we speak. Statistics from the Kenyan Bureau of Statistics indicates that over 83% of formal employment in Kenya comes from this segment that we are discussing today. Indeed, in countries that are more developed than Kenya, like South Africa, still accounts for over 68% of employment. And I think that is a statistic that you cannot ignore. The same studies by the Kenyan Bureau of Statistics captures around 7.4 million enterprises that are either micro, small, or medium in the country. But the greatest challenge, which makes this discussion very relevant today, is that over 78% of those are actually informal. And that is something that is really worrying, especially during this period, because the experience of the country has been that any stimulus package targeting this sector, especially during the COVID period, has been facing challenges because identifying the sectors where the micro and small entrepreneurs operate, the businesses they do, the number of people operating in those areas for any intervention would be a challenge. And I am convinced that this is not just an isolated case in the country, but even in other countries. In the past 1 year, Kenya has been trying to stimulate liquidity at the household level as a strategy to cope with the challenges of COVID-19. And one of the policy challenges and the lessons learned during this period is that the country must have adequate and reliable data on the number of players in this particular segment. On the positive side, Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda that prioritizes manufacturing, food security, among others, recognizes the prime position that will be played by the micro, small, and the medium sized enterprises. In particular, it is appreciated that to unlock manufacturing as envisaged in the Vision 2030 in Kenya, we must push and support the micro, small, and the medium enterprises to play their role in manufacturing across the diverse sectors so that manufacturing can achieve the target of contributing at least 15% towards the gross domestic product for the country. And that is a very important observation. As a country, the focus has been pro micro, small, and medium enterprises policy support. And I am happy to observe that there are various policies that we'll be looking at today that have been put in place by the country to ensure that we support this very crucial sector. In 2012, Kenya came up with a very important policy by developing the Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises Act, Micro and Small Enterprises Act of 2012, whose intention was not just pushing for formalization of the micro and small enterprises, but more importantly, coming up with a structured policy intervention that will mainstream the role of the micro and small entrepreneurs in the country's industrialization and development agenda in general. Maybe it is important for me to indicate to our listeners the definition of a micro entrepreneur in the country. And this will form a very important basis of the discussion today. As per the law in Kenya, a micro enterprise employs not more than 9 people. And that enterprise has an annual turnover of not more than approximately $4,500 per year. That would indicate that most of the households in the country are actually in the micro enterprise bracket. I want to just ask us a question. From the experiences learned across the world during this COVID-19 period, where households are facing dwindling income levels, where the social fiber that binds together small businesses in Africa in particular has been destroyed by the COVID-19 restrictions. What are countries doing to avoid similar devastating impacts as we move forward to the coming years? Kenya is one of the leaders in the cooperative movement in Africa. And I am happy to note that over the years, the cooperative movement in Kenya has evolved from just largely producer-oriented cooperatives to serious value addition cooperatives, marketing cooperatives, and savings and credit cooperatives that are very important in mobilizing financial service, financial resources, and creating intermediation avenues that are very important, especially for the micro, small, and medium enterprises. I would dare say that for Kenya, East Africa, and largely Africa, to be able to formalize the 78% enterprises in this sector that are not licensed, we must ask ourselves what incentives we need to create to push for formalization. On a light note, I would wish to mention that most of the informal enterprises in the country run away, are seriously averse to formalization. And the main reason is that our members equate or do not separate formalization and taxation. And I would dare say that is what is happening in most of the countries. I hope that the discussion today will come up or appreciate best practice in incentivizing formalization of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And the cooperative movement in particular is most likely the best answer. Why do I say so? Cooperative movement is socially integrated in the African context, in that in every village in the country, we have some form of cooperative. In every village in the country, we have some form, however basic, of a credit-oriented grouping that forms the basis for incentivizing formalization of the small enterprises across the country. The cooperative movement in Kenya is very important because Kenya is largely an agricultural country. We started a lot with coffee, farmers cooperative societies with a very limited value addition. We have a lot of cooperatives in the tea sector and other value chains. This discussion should explore the opportunity for promoting industrialization and value addition in particular through cooperatives as an incentive. In the past 2 years, popular discussion in especially the Ministry of Agriculture has been on how to promote various agricultural value chains through cooperatives from production to marketing as a strategy for increasing household income. And various policy interventions have been made, but I want only to mention two. That the country came up with a commodities exchange. And the commodities exchange is expected to promote value realization for our agricultural produce and promote marketing and modernization. of our agricultural marketing. I am sorry, we are having some disruptions in this communication.
Yes, please, Catherine Kinyua, can you please mute your mic, please? Sorry for that, Mr. Ritha. Catherine, please mute your mic.
Thank you. I was laying out the key policy interventions that the country is taking that has a huge bearing on the success of the agricultural sector formalization of enterprise through stabilizing the sector. And I was saying that we as a country have come up with a commodities exchange that is supposed to, among other things, create a modern platform for trading in various commodities within the agricultural value chains. This commodities exchange is interlinked with the cooperatives across the country. And the intention is to stabilize not just the production, the marketing, but also link the farmers' cooperatives, the farmers' produce, the agribusiness players to a financing arrangement that will be supported by warehouse receipting. And I think that is one of the incentives that I would say the country is creating to push for more formal approach in the agricultural sector, especially for the agribusiness players across the value chains. The other thing that is happening in the country is that the authority, that is the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority, has operationalized a very important office that is the office of the Registrar of Micro and Small Entrepreneurs. This office is expected to push for formalization of micro and small enterprises across the country. The greatest challenge that we are facing is what I mentioned earlier, that micro and small entrepreneurs are fearing the leader of the tax authorities. And that is why I've been talking about incentivizing formalization. What then do we need to do as stakeholders if both the cooperative movement, the MSME players, and other stakeholders are to create incentives? That is a question that should be answered today. Our micro, small, and medium enterprises across the country are facing various challenges that I think have, in a way, contributed to the low level of formalization. The first one is the challenge of internal governance in the various associations, be they produce associations, marketing associations, and to a lower extent, the savings and credit cooperatives across the country. So capacity building on issues of governance will be very important if we are to achieve what we are looking for today. There is a serious opportunity for us succeeding in using the cooperative model to formalize the micro, small, and medium enterprises if we will encourage more value addition and diversification, especially in agriculture. Kenya's agriculture is largely exported in raw form or with marginal value addition. We need to push for more value addition through cooperatives and create interlinkages with the industrial corporate sector and cooperatives as an incentive for formalization and upscaling entrepreneurs towards formalization. Kenya is doing extremely well in using the cooperative movement as an intermediation mechanism to unlock access to finance. A lot of billions have been mobilized through this. A lot of savings and credit cooperatives have been created across the country. And this has been one of the positive lessons to learn from the country in incentivizing informal players across the sectors to join cooperatives, to become more formal for the sake of benefits that I have mentioned. The question of sustainability of our businesses will most likely be best addressed through cooperatives. Any attempts for capacity building, for example, faces challenges where micro and small entrepreneurs are operating as disparate units. But if we bring them together through cooperatives, we have a sustainable approach, not just to formalization, but to value addition and value realization in agriculture that will be very important in this discussion. All the players must invest in strong capacity building and especially invest in technology so that we are able to add value to the traditional cooperative movement, ensure that there is better financial and governance probity in these institutions, and encourage more and more members to join the cooperative movement that is very important for us. Allow me to just mention one or two other policy issues, both in the MSME sector and in the cooperative movement, that will be of relevance to this discussion. Kenya is coming up with a micro and small enterprises development fund. And this fund is structured in such a way that cooperatives will be strong vehicle for intermediation. Financial institutions, be they banks or microfinance institutions, are also strong vehicles that will be used in that regard. And I think that is very important to ensure that we create more incentives for micro entrepreneurs to join, to become formal, to register, and to learn through this. Huge investment in infrastructure across the country is going on. And allow me to mention, for example, that in agriculture, the government is developing various cold storage facilities to support agricultural cooperatives in preserving agricultural produce before marketing. And that, again, is riding on the cooperative movement as aggregators for agricultural produce for market. That is very important. Kenya has a cooperative tribunal, and that tribunal is very important because it speaks to the issue of governance and especially dispute resolution that would negatively impact the quest for a strong cooperative movement and the quest for more onboarding of micro and small entrepreneurs in this regard. Last year, the country developed a very progressive micro and small enterprises development policy, which is just about to be gazetted. And that policy in particular deliberately identifies formalization as a key objective and proposes several incentives that will push micro and small entrepreneurs towards more formalization. That policy again recognizes the crucial role of the cooperative movement in this agenda. There are other initiatives in the country that are all important to encourage the micro and small entrepreneurs to become more formal. As I come to a close, I want to mention three things. And the first one is the discussion of formalization of micro and small and medium enterprises will not be complete if we exclude the role of the cooperatives, the cooperative movement. The Act of 2012 that I mentioned is actually premised on the association model as a strategy for managing the micro and small enterprise sector in Kenya. We are in the process of ensuring that the certificate given by the Office of the Registrar of Micro and Small Entrepreneurs in the country is recognized for government tendering. And the country has very progressive policies in this regard that will support the micro and small entrepreneurs to play a crucial role in the government tendering process. Given that the registrar's office will be registering associations, I cannot overemphasize the need for cooperatives to play their role in ensuring that micro and small enterprises are registered. The second is a call for strong linkages between cooperatives, the financial services sector, the banks and the microfinance institutions, and especially the industrial sector, so that cooperatives can be used as vehicles for delivery of the solutions that the micro, small, and medium entrepreneurs are looking for, can be used as the vehicles for learning, can be used as the vehicles for intermediation, and especially as vehicles for linkages with the formal industry. Most cooperatives in Kenya are adding value, coming up with serious value-added products that are finding their space in the East African community, in the regional market. And as we move towards the African continental free trade area, we must build the capacity of cooperatives as industrial production vehicles. That will ensure that value addition happens at the village level. It will unlock cottage level industries. And that is how we shall put these micro, small, and medium enterprises in a prime position to push Kenya's industrialization agenda. Allow me to end there by appreciating the serious role that the Department of Economic and Social Affairs and other partners are playing towards this agenda, and also thank the department for the strong support extended to the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority in coming up with a very progressive 2020-2024 strategic plan, among other interventions that are supporting this sector. Thank you very much, and I wish all the participants an enriching interaction this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riha, for the blessings that we have received from the government of Kenya. So this meeting is already blessed by the government through the ministry and yourself. And for word of wisdom, especially in re-emphasizing the message that the government is not there only for taxation, but there are even incentives or interventions to help the SMMEs out of some of the financial laws that were courtesy of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that all of us, we are called upon to spread the good news and make sure that SMMEs get the message and they get formalized, because it's not only about taxation, but also there are good other interventions which they could have received from the government and the other well-wishers And I also noted your call for data-driven economic recovery. And again, this is passes through the SMMEs, which are 78% of them informal. And they call for the cooperative movement and other commercial banks to work together in ensuring that the SMMEs receive the financial support they need, together with the SMME fund, which we have just announced, and which is very important to making sure that the informal the informal sector players also get the funding through the cooperatives model and others. So thank you once again for those remarks, which have very elaborated and expanded, showing the relationship and the importance that the cooperative movement, but also the SMMEs, both formal and informal, have played into the Kenyan economy, and the government, the various government interventions, but also policies supporting the same. Without further ado, I would like first and foremost, before I can call the second, I can relieve myself from the moderating job. I would like first and foremost to draw your attention and maybe re-emphasizing and some of why we did make sure that we have this particular agenda. We are called upon to come up with answers to, or rather proposed answers to, or various incentives to making sure that the informal players, sector players at least, are incentivized to formalize through cooperatives. And we have had that Kenya has got a good track record in terms of cooperatives, and we'll have quite a good number of Kenyan cooperative players who will be on stage sharing their experiences and their word of wisdom. We also have commercial banks like Equity Bank and the like, also, who will be there sharing their also experiences, because over and above the cooperative movement, we have also quite a number of other players who have participated in financing for SMMEs. We also have, we'll also learn from other regional players like Rwanda. We know that 90% of the businesses in Rwanda are small and medium enterprises, and yet they are on good track record. That is Rwanda, Botswana, and Ghana in terms of SMMEs formalizations and through cooperative as well. So basically, we'll also have to learn from them their good practices. We'll also learn from others through case studies, which will be presented, like from Uganda, Namibia, and the like. And we'll go beyond Africa and touch on the very prominent case of Seva from India, which has been able to formalize most of the informal sector's players, and these being from the marginalized group like the women into cooperatives. So allow now me to call upon Mr. Stanley Ongetti. Stanley is Stanley is the national, sorry, 1 minute. Yeah, Stanley Ongetti, who is also working as a national consultant for this particular project, was born in 1959. He has an MBA from Eastern and Southern African Management Institute in Tanzania. He has worked in the Ministry of Cooperative Development Kenya for 36 years and has head the Cooperative Development District. At district, that is 16 years, at a provincial 10 years, and moving to the national headquarters for 8 years. During this period, he led the team that was in charge of registration of diaspora savings and credit cooperatives for Kenya. Quite a very good and loable initiatives which other African countries and the world could copy from. And he focused mostly on the diaspora, notably from the US, UK, and the Middle East. Later, Mr. Ongetti worked as head of policy and capacity building, that is for 3 years, where he shepherded the development of current National Cooperative Development Policy 2019. And over the period, he represented the ministry on the board of Kenya, that is 2 years, and served as a council member for the Cooperative University of Kenya. He's a founding member of the Kenya Society of Professional Cooperators. Please, Mr. Ongetti, the floor is yours.
Can I be happy? Now we are going to look at we have several speakers. After the speakers, then myself and the speakers here. Dr. Speaker has been involved in development of and beyond, but we have been a lecturer and examiner in several universities in Africa. He actually agriculture also he is currently the general director of the ITA Africa, who has experience to assist us here experience so that we can able to figure it. Formalization property. MSME property. So, Dr. Silva, so you have 15 minutes and the first question. Which section is important? Not so much.
Excuse me, Mr. Ongetti, I think yes, we're having a problem with your microphone, please. The microphone is down. Can you put it closer? Microphone should be closer to your, people cannot hear you, please. No, please, not yet. It's still faded. It's more about the microphone. Microphone, please.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me now?
Try to continue, then we shall see.
Okay, I have the introduction. I was saying this will be a controlled session. We have a maximum of 15 minutes. And let's try and keep tight so that we are able to cover all the topics. So the part of our speaker will be Emilia Luema. Dr. Pipa, are you hearing?
Sorry, still on the chat, people are still saying that they cannot hear you very well, please.
About now?
Yes, please try.
So, okay, I was saying you will be the part of the speakers and you will be taking 15 minutes. So in those 15 minutes, we hope you'll be able to cover the topic and be controlling the people. So if you see me unmute my mic, then you'll know that you are 5 minutes to go. Otherwise, we try and conclude so that we are able to move forward. How is the hearing now?
Yeah, please, okay. Can you continue for the interest of time, please?
Let's go to Dr. Sifa as I try to adjust my speaker.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, we can start with the presentation. Please, can we have the presentation on the, yeah, I think that is better. People can read for themselves, and we can now start with the PowerPoint presentation, please, for the interest of time. Yeah, thank you very much once again, and thank you for the introductions. I'll be taking you through the good practices of formalization of SMMEs and how can cooperative promote the same in Africa, Kenya included. I would like to confess that after listening to our three keynote speakers, I think a lot and everything has already been said. Maybe my job now will be just to illustrate, give some examples, and maybe make some few comments on the research that we have conducted within the same exercise. Pass. Yeah, first and foremost, I would like to say that Kenya, the research has been focusing on Kenya, but looking at Africa and the world at large. And I would like to say that there is nothing new about formalization. You have heard it from Mr. Here. He has talked about mainly three major policy which are activities, rather policy which have tried to formalize and which have targeted the small and medium enterprises in Kenya. He talked about the sectional paper number 2 of 2005, the Trade Licensing Act of 2006 also has been quite important in terms of the registration of businesses and trade regulation. And finally, he alluded to the regulation, including the Micro and Small Enterprises Act of 2012, which also established their own organization. That is the Medium and Small and Medium Enterprises Authority for Kenya. So all those have been activities, rather policies and the strategies that the government of Kenya has taken in trying to address the issue at hand. And Kenya is not isolated, like it has been said. You could see from the slide that 74% of SMEs are informal globally. So Kenya is not alone. This has been a worldwide phenomenon. However, if you look at more elaborated data on the same, the developed countries have got lesser informal players than the less developing. So Africa has been leading in terms of informality in businesses. Nevertheless, we have also benefited from the same because about 80%, that is according to the ADB, about 80% of employment in Africa has been created by the same SMMEs, where most of them are informal. Please pass. Like I said, as much as we have got the benefits accrued from the informal actors by providing us almost 80% of employment in Africa, we also know that there are also more benefits we could reap by formalizing those other informal sector players from our economies. And why? Because we have some of the factors which we have to consider for Africa to develop. One among them is that we are a young continent. And we do recognize that in SMMEs, most of them, they are labor intensive. So basically, there is already much in saying that Africa stands to reap from its youngest people in terms of the manpower that is needed in the SMMEs. Pass. Pass. Thank you. We also know that for Africa to develop, or any development will require, and also the SMMEs development require resource intensive. Here in resource, we also mean quite a number of resources, but also we need to diversify. This is the call which the representative of the minister, Mr. Ria, has alluded to, that Africa needs to diversify its economy from agricultural based, and myself I'll also add that it is more on from the primary industries, because most in Africa what we found is agriculture and mining. Those are more of the primary industries, and we should move up to the value addition. And what is needed for that to happen is to harness the advantage that we have of the youngest continent, which we have just seen. And that calls for mindset change, and especially also as the government, private sector, SMMEs and cooperatives, and all the development partners also working together and making sure that the human resource is given more attention to. Again, it was alluded by all the speakers before me in terms of capacity building, education, and training. Pass. The third point, which again was already alluded to by Mr. I think all the three presenters who gave the keynote address, is creativity and innovation. If we have to harness and also accelerate the development of Africa through the SMMEs, then creativity and innovation is a must. And for that to happen, we already know that innovation has got a multiplier effect. And if we say that most of our businesses are small businesses in Africa, then definitely if we can have creativity and innovations anchored in the SMMEs, this basically has to pass through cooperatives or other form of association, then new opportunity for entrepreneurs and to create new jobs, and continent growth of youth population will be assured. A good example is, again, happens to come from Kenya, is 15 years back, it was said that by the propellant of e-commerce, that Africa could not be able to harness the benefits of e-commerce for the mere factor that most of the consumers in Africa did not own credit card. And even today, most of the consumers in Africa indeed don't have credit card. However, we had a very creative and innovative solution which came meanwhile, that is the M-Pesa and similar innovation across Africa, which has revolutioned how we do business, and in fact, which came very handy during the COVID-19 era in terms of how business was done and how payment has been done. So those are some of illustration that indeed within our own realities, we could be able to come up with solutions even at a smaller scale, and be able to transform nationally or the world. Please pass. The other important key into making sure that Africa developed through the SMMEs, and Kenya is also included, is African Continental Free Trade Area, which again, it has been already alluded to. However, I would like to stress or make some few comments here. One is that we all know that it has already been into place since January 2021. And also there is a good example, before I could make a comment here, is that Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya already has somehow piloted what I could call these free trade agreements, because they opened up more on in terms of mobility of their population, and also the goods and services. And it has been said that within those 3 countries, their business among themselves grew up to 50% in the few years that it has been in place. So basically, if you can extrapolate that to the whole of the 54 African countries, then basically you can see the power that this particular program, that is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, can bring in terms of speeding up the development of Africa. And definitely the small and medium enterprises are the key players in terms of moving this particular agreement. Why? Because we know that the informal cross-border trade that is in East Africa alone was valued at 80% in terms of the value of formal trade. So basically, you could see the importance that is accrued, and that's the SMMEs could play in terms of the African continental free trade areas and the cross-border trade, because we know that most of it is done informally so far. So if we can be able to speed up and formalize it through cooperatives, then definitely the benefits could be accrued. Please pass. And why are we advocating for cooperatives as one of the means of making sure that we accelerate the formalization of SMMEs? Why? Because we know that cooperatives are people-centered enterprises. They are owned, controlled, and run by its members. So basically, what we are saying, the SMMEs players will not lose their ownership or the influence on their businesses by coming together, but rather they will reap the benefits, or what we call the power of cooperatives. They are not alone. We know that the cooperative movement has at least 12% of humanity. That is means, if you want to picture that, it's quite equivalent to all the population of Africa currently speaking. And again, we know that cooperative business model can emulate the formalization of SMMEs, because their value and the principle-driven businesses which are anchored into the local communities. So basically, this particular model can resonate quite very well within the local communities, and could be easily embraced by the players only if we are able to educate and train them and do more of the sensitization and campaigns on what they stand to gain. I would like also to say that the ILO, being a great promoter of the cooperative model of enterprise, had already alluded to the same way back in 2002 through its recommendation, which we usually refer to as recommendation number 195. No, sorry, recommendation 193. So please pass. And this particular recommendation approved a specific instruments for cooperative, which is the promotion of cooperative recommendation, as I said. And Talinia states that cooperatives have an important role to play in the transition from the informal to the formal economy. So basically, whatever we are discussing today was already alluded to, but what we need to say is more of scaling up and reaping the benefits, as the progress has been shown to be very slow. So the purpose of cooperative model for its members is to benefit for the economies of scale and scope, reduce the costs, and achieve the common goal, otherwise will be unreachable. So what I can see is rather what is missing. We already have all the answers which the SMMEs are looking for or are longing for, but unfortunately maybe the message is not out there to try and sensitize them and show them the importance and how all that they are looking for in terms of financing and the like could be achieved through cooperatives. So basically, the cooperative enterprise is one of the most natural options for informal economy groups and workers. Please pass. Like I said, we did conduct a survey in the exercise before leading to this particular webinar, and we did find out that there are some 5 innovative practices by cooperatives that can be taken up by SMMEs toward formalization, and these are 5.1 is access to finance. We know that by pulling the resources together, the SMMEs then can be able to address their issue of being thin in terms of cash, but also they can easily access the credit because they can have collaterals then. We also have the second point, which was access to markets. Yes, definitely when you are alone and small, sometimes you don't have the volumes or the quantity needed. But if you come together, then basically the value addition becomes very possible because of the volumes in terms of the scale and the scope of activities that you are able. And once you have the money, then brings us to the third, which is the point, which is digitization. You are able then to access, because you have money, you can buy the platforms or be able to invest in the online marketing, e-commerce, information system and the like. The fourth one is capacity building, education and training, which are relevant leading to formalization. That's one I've already expanded on the same. And the last is enabling environment. I would like here to stress that when you are alone, your voice is also limited. But once you are in a group, then your voice become a bit more louder. So basically, cooperatives can make more sure that they secure favorable policies through lobbying compared to the individual SMME informal players. Pass. Yeah, this is the summary of some of the barriers and the challenges that formalization through cooperatives have been identified through the literature review. It has been already alluded to by the predecessors, those who have spoken before me. So basically, I will not emphasize on them. Pass. We have some of the few best practices that have been documented. That is moving from informal SMMEs to cooperatives. A good one comes from Namibia, and these were scattered Lone Ranger villagers and the women who were engaged in the activities of amarula fruits, and this is in Namibia. Why? Because according to their traditions, it's only women who can pick the amarula fruits. And definitely when they were then sensitized and trained and capacitated and informing cooperatives in a cooperative, then they came together, and today as we speak, they have got 1,300 employees. These are the villager women with a big factory, and they have been exporting the amarula products throughout UK, South Africa, and the rest of the world. And this has tremendously improved in terms of their finances and their living standards. Second, pass, please. We also have another good example from Cusco. I will not elaborate on this because we have somebody from Cusco who will, the CEO, who will be presenting. So I would like to pass. Please pass. The third examples come from Uganda, shoe shiners. I like this one very much. Why? Because these are the people, sometimes we look at them as being more hopeless, but they have transformed, coming from being a strict girls and the boys to becoming business owners. And this is way back in 1975, when some few street boys and girls were grouped together to form a cooperatives, and the government of Uganda then gave them a space where to operate from. And today, as we speak, they are now industrial, they produce shoes, and they have done a value addition throughout the chain. So basically, this is also another good example from Africa, where we have had small players, informal, moving from the ladder from informality to becoming big businesses. Please pass and cooperate through cooperative model. So our studies also did find some of the hindrances for formalization. That is now not on the literature review, but rather the survey that we did carry. And some of the respondents talked about poverty as one of the hindrance throughout formalization. So because they cannot just afford it. And here now I would like to address the issue of maybe as much as we talk about the single registration window, but still we have the small and medium businesses have to pay the registrations. Some of them, they find it a bit more expensive to become formal. And because of poverty, then they run away from the same. So the issue, leave alone the issue of being willingness, but also there is the affordability which should be looked at. Lack of skills definitely also is important because they don't know how to go about it, and they need to be handheld in terms of the registration process and also how to become members of the cooperatives. Lack of financial support and the industry and the conducive legislation was also cited. Stagnated growth due to the lack of knowledge, lack of political will, this was from them, and perception of informal economy as a burden, and lack of capacity and weak professionalism were also some of the things. So basically, please pass. Time is not, I know time is not on our side. The study also found that inequalities permeated the informal sector, meaning over and above the issue of incentives, poverty and inequalities among our societies and our communities is also fueling informality. So these issues also have to be looked at, and definitely the outbreak of COVID-19, which has sent our businesses in disarray, and especially the hard hit has been the informal businesses, because they are limited financial muscles, but also because they are labor intensive, and because of the lockdown they could not do, and the mobility as well. So I think because of time, I will ask or beg to just pass through the recommendation, which I was also making as I made my presentation. I would like, sorry, hello? Hello? Yes, the recommendation. So what we are saying here, that there is an urgent need to address the issue of formalization. It has been said, it has been there, but we need to scale it up and making sure that Kenya can reap the benefits of formalization. We also would like to say that formalization is a multifaceted and multi-stakeholder approach. So all the stakeholders, including the informal sector players, unfortunately, they are not well represented or well congregated to also be part and parcel of the discussions and the decision making. Pass. I would like also to say that formalization and employing such approaches as a cooperative could be one of the ways of accelerating formalization of SMMEs. And also the SMME respondents shared the need to be organized into cooperatives. Those themselves, they felt the need. And here we are calling upon the cooperators, the cooperative members themselves to make sure also to extend their education and the campaign drives to the SMMEs and make sure they can also recruit them into their membership. And finally, I would like to say that formalization will provide venues for coordinated approaches to development. It has been proven and it has been tested, and we have had some of the best cases, not only in Africa, in India, but also in Kenya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sifa. I hope now everyone can hear me well.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Stanley. We can hear you well.
Good. So thank you very much, Dr. Sifa, for that elaborate presentation. You took a little bit more time than was anticipated, but I think all will be well. So the next speaker is me. That is bio, which was read to you by Dr. Sifa. So please just move to the next slide. Next. Okay, my presentation will be outlined like that. I will be giving a definition of the MSMEs, basic statistical information from the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Then the other things will follow as indicated. I'll be a bit fast so that we are able to recover some of the time that we have lost during the presentation of Dr. Sifa. Proceed, please. Okay, so that is the definition of MSMEs as given by Kenya. We were given this definition by the chief speaker of the day. The definition actually covers employment, annual turnover, financial investment, asset base, and capital employed. So what the law covers are the first two, which is the annual, financial, and the last one, which is capital employment. The last one is not, the other two are not covered and they are left at the discretion of the cabinet secretary to be able to say what an MSME is or what it is not. Lastly, Kenya only covers the first two of the MSMEs. We have the micro and we have the small. The medium is not covered in Kenyan law. So that is the legal definition of MSMEs. What I want you to remember is possibly how complicated that definition is to anybody who wants to know what a micro enterprise is or a small enterprise is, or for that matter, medium, which is not covered by the Kenyan case. Let's proceed. Now, these are some of the statistics that came out of the survey of the Kenya Bureau of Statistics 2016. In the first chart, we are seeing that the biggest proportion of MSMEs is in wholesale and retail trade, repair of vehicles, and motorbikes. So among these ones, unlicensed, which will be like unformalized, is 62%. Licensed is 57%. Of great significance in this study is what is shown as the proportion of MSMEs that are coming from the agricultural, forestry, and fishing sector. I'm saying that is significant because most of our farmers, most of our fisher folks, and other forestry workers are actually in the category of doing business as micro and small. In fact, this was alluded to very clearly by the Mr. Henry Rita. But now during this survey, they were not classified, the farmers and fishermen possibly were not classified as practicing economic activities. Let's move on. Now, the next chart shows that if you have permanent structures, basically, if you are in a permanent structure, then you are likely to be doing a licensed business. So those who are not in permanent structures, those who are on the streets, who are doing most of their businesses at home, then they are most likely to be unlicensed. So the significance of this will be seen later. So if we were to develop, for example, permanent structures for our business persons, will it encourage them to formalize? Let's move on. The next chart shows the education level and whether one is likely to do formalized business or unformalized business. And it is clear that the majority of our unlicensed business persons have certificate of primary education or a Kenya certificate of primary education. That's a Kenyan classification. When we have the postgraduate, if you have higher education like a postgraduate education, then you are very likely to be doing a licensed business. You will not engage in a backdoor business. So that is the significance of that chart. Let's move on. This chart shows us the source of capital. We've all been talking about possibly access to capital or access to finance. Now, it tells us that most of our MSMEs prefer using their own or family funds. For the unlicensed, it is over 80%. For the licensed or registered, it will be over 70%. Why this is so? Well, it is something that we can find out, but we can say that the next, okay, for licensed or unlicensed, the next source of funds is still the family or friend loan. Banks have very big influence if you are licensed. If you are unlicensed, then of course you will not want to get to a bank. And I think when Mr. Amason was Sibanda was opening the session, he indicated that figure, that the unlicensed business persons will either fear or be unable to get to a bank or a loan. Let's move on. Now, the significance of this chart is in terms of what we see as the definition of MSMEs and what is actually on the ground. Most persons will start, whether you are licensed or unlicensed, will start their businesses with less than 50,000 Kenyan shillings, which is roughly less than 500 US dollars. And it is indicated whether you are in micro or small, but you are in that category. So how you rise from that investment, startup investment, to be able to make the profits that or the turnovers that are anticipated in the definition, it is for us to find out. Most of the establishments, in fact, almost 95% of the establishments will have a capital startup of less than 1 million Kenya shillings, which is like 100,000 US dollars for the licensed. For the unlicensed, of course, the highest amount is 200,000, which is $2,000. Let's move on. Now, we talk about capacity building and education and training. Most MSMEs owners really sponsor their own education. On the key, that is the second last, self-sponsorship. A few will go for religious organizations, and others will be sponsored by the private business institutions, possibly because they want to advance them loans or they want them to do business with them. But the main source of training for MSME participants is the self person. So right from the beginning up to here, we are seeing like somebody in the MSME sector, they feel like they should be self-reliant at all times. Let's move on. So we are through with the charts. I'll still try to move very fast. I have like 10 minutes to go. Now, when we are moving from the informal to the formal, we have 3 theories that have been advanced. The first theory is that there's no major difference between an informal business and a formal business. The difference exists in terms of control. So if you are to level the ground, say taxation that has been talked of, and other regulatory structures of government, then people will very easily move from the informal to the formal. Because these people who are either in informal or formal, they have similar educational levels, they have similar training levels in terms of technology and others. So it is very easy for one to move from one to the other one. All you have to do is to make a conducive environment. The next theory is that the informal sector is a terrible sector because it distorts the microeconomic growth of any country. You will have the informal persons trying to put their wares in front of a licensed shop. So they are selling, say, tomatoes or something in front of a shop, so people cannot get into the shop. Then it is also said these people don't pay tax, although it depends on which tax you are talking of. So according to this theory, the best thing that you can do is to do away with the informal sector. And you will have council askaris chasing away the informal traders because they are not supposed to be there. Then we have the third view, which is the dual economy view. And in this view, it says, basically it says, it might not be necessary, if I were to put it that way, to insist that the informal business persons formalize. So if you have small scale traders, micro or small or whatever, who are doing their business, then you don't have to have them formalize for you to improve the situation. Because even if you ask them to formalize, they might not want to formalize. So what this view says, if you want formalization of that sector, the MSME sector, then we have to develop a new formal enterprise so that we bring these people for better management and administration in that new formal structure. And looking at what we are doing, possibly this is what we are saying, that if we were to start cooperative societies, then it will be able to absorb these small traders into a formal organization like a cooperative that they can now use to advance their businesses, other than struggling to formalize each and every small business that we have around. Let's move on. Formal and informal, I think all of us in this will be vast with all these things. The only thing I will mention here is about benefit. That is benefit number 2, which is reducing risk. Because in the course of formalization, much as we can talk of cooperatives, we'll still have private companies or persons trying to have a formal organization as a company without necessarily having to form a big group. Now, the risk, what I'm talking about, risk reduction of risk, is if you have to formalize as an individual person, what is called the sole proprietorship, then your formalization will not assist you to reduce the risk, because as a sole proprietor, you will carry the risk at all times. So the formalization we are talking about is not the one of having a sole proprietor registering their own company and remaining sole proprietor. It is the formalization where you are able to form a limited company or a corporate limited organization, so that you are able to move the risk from yourself to the organization in case of any issue. Let's move on. Now we have approaches to formalization. We have the cooperative approach that we are all talking about now. Then we have the company approach, and we have the community group approach. The cooperatives approach I've indicated is supportive. Supportive because for the cooperative, there's a lot of preparation that goes in when one or a group of persons are trying to form a cooperative. There's a lot of education that goes in, and there's a lot of follow-up that goes with a cooperative society. Company approach, you are actually on your own. How you decide to form a company, nobody assists when you are forming a company, although it is allowed that you will form a company. The community group approach, this is a new approach that it has been there all along in Kenya, but for now, the Department of Social Services that is promoting this approach, which in Kenya we generally call them chamas, is now trying to come up with a bill that will regulate this group approach. The reason of that, for this is that much as they were meant to be social welfare groups, many of these groups are now engaging themselves in business ventures. So there is need to control how they are able to regulate, not control, to regulate how they are able to manage funds belonging to the group. But it is a very important approach because it is now an approach between no organization at all and either company or cooperative approach. It is somewhere in between. Let's move on. Now, types of cooperatives, I'll also not go much into this, but we have all those types of cooperatives. That is marketing, they do dry or wet produce processing, farm input, credit supply. Then we have the consumer, where we have the warehousing concept, the industrial, where we have the juakali, artisans, I'll be talking about that one much later. Then savings and credit and service cooperatives. Service cooperatives basically is for the youth. We have also had transport cooperatives developed in Kenya, actually as a vehicle to offer transport service to commuters and also regulate the way the transport sector operates. Before that, it used to be very chaotic, and it was said it was impossible to manage the private sector transport sector in Kenya. But now through cooperatives, as a government policy, we have been able to manage the transport sector. Let's move on. So now I move to the policy issues, and I hope I'll be able to move faster. We have, as we do our policy for the MSME development in the country, then we have to look at the regulations that we come up with. Regulations, of course, are meant to curtail excesses in any industry. But what we are suggesting is that as we do our regulations, then we must bear in mind that the best regulation is the self-regulation. So can we have a structure within the MSME sector that will enhance self-regulation, so that we, by the time we get to the government regulation, which is actually the owner of all regulations, the sector has regulated itself to with the encompassing freedoms that will allow growth and innovation within the sector. In this respect, we note that there is already a federation, an MSME national federation that is registered. So what we have to do is to operationalize that federation and ensure that it is in control or in charge of its members. Then we have, let me talk about standardization. If we have to get our MSMEs to participate effectively in export business, then whatever product they come up with must be to a level that is accepted in the next economy. It must also be standardized in such a way that we are able to create volumes that are now traded with internationally. So business development services, what I'm trying to emphasize there is possibly it goes hand in hand with extension services that all along the government of Kenya has been offering extension services. But as we develop and grow, the government has been trying to divest from offering direct extension services to persons. In fact, in some sectors like livestock sector, there has been a lot of privatization of extension service. How do we use the cooperative model, for example, to be able to provide those business development services, either as individuals who are in an area, they form a cooperative and offer those services to the other participants who are around in the same area, or through the cooperative itself, they have technical persons that can offer business development services to their members. Let's move on. Publicity and advocacy. How do we expose our sector to everybody favorably? The issue of, say, for example, I mentioned Jua Kali. Jua Kali has a negative connotation when you look at it. Jua Kali in English will be hot sun. So if you are operating under the hot sun, it's like nobody trusts you. And yet you want to do business both locally and internationally. So how do we bring sanity within the sector so that people can start seeing credibility and enhancing trust for them to be able to do business? Education and training, of course, is important. Given the educational standards that we were able to see in under the educational chart, the majority of the people in this sector are either of primary school education, and they start business. Very likely, they have no idea about how to do business. All that is pushing them is that I want some income. So how do we mount trainings and enhance their training and education so that they become good business persons? The last one I'll mention here is the stakeholder coordination. The MSME sector has a myriad of stakeholders. Even in this country alone, most of it is in agriculture, fishermen, fisheries, forestry, mining, all those trade and small businesses. Now, to bring together all these stakeholders with their different policies, we have an agricultural policy that will be talking about businesses in the agricultural sector. You have a livestock policy that will be talking about businesses in the livestock sector. How do we bring all these people together so that we start thinking in the same manner, that much as there are businesses in the agricultural sector, there are micro business persons. Much as there are businesses in the fishery sector, they are small business persons. So that whatever we are talking about in Musea will be the same thing that we shall be talking about in the Department of Agriculture is the same thing that we'll be talking about in the State Department of Fisheries, and of course, the same thing that we'll be talking about in the State Department of Cooperatives. Let's move on. Information, communication, and technology, I think, was alluded to by Henry Ridha. It was alluded to by Dr. Sifa. I'll not repeat, but the centrality of that, especially with the technology and information systems that are changing, cannot be gainsaid. Now, the special interest groups, youth, women, and people living with disabilities, these are things that, these are groups that, in fact, if we were to talk about MSMEs, then basically we are talking about the youth of this country. We are talking about the women of this country. So if we are developing policies, then we must develop policies that are friendly to the youth, friendly to the women. I am told that in some cases, women don't want to enter into groups that are manned by men. So if we are going to form cooperatives, do we say we are forming cooperatives where there is resistance depending on the cultural setup of the area? Can we be able to come up with cooperatives that are specific to women? Can we come up with cooperatives that are specific to youth so that we entice these people to be able to join the cooperatives as we formalize? And of course, people living with disabilities, the same. Let's move on. So strategic recommendation, this is just a reaction to what I have been talking about. We are talking about establishing an interdepartmental coordinating committee that will bring together all the departments that have an influence on MSMEs in this country. And that committee should have an advocacy subcommittee, a policy subcommittee, so that when any of those departments are developing their policies, then input from other departments is taken care of, so that we don't end up with contradicting policies within the government, and then they negatively impact on the growth of MSMEs. Then we are saying, in that respect, we really have to strengthen the MUSEA so that it can act as a secretariat to this committee. It should not be able to, MUSEA should not see itself as an independent authority, independent from all these other departments, because as it is currently, it is based in the State Department of Trade, but it will have influence on very many other state departments. So how do we do that? Do we create directorates that will be dealing with other state departments? I mean, we have to think about that. Then establishing an MSME structure for support self, I've talked about that one. Infrastructural development in roads and market. We saw that where there is better infrastructure, including housing, then it is very easy to formalize or to encourage formalization. And some of this infrastructural development can only be done by the government, either at national or a local level. Extension, private extension service, I've already talked about that one. Let's move on. Research and contribution, we are suggesting that we could have a contributor research fund, expanding use of local content in manufacturers, rebranding the sector. Rebranding the sector, I've already talked about Juakali having a negative connotation. So how do we change it? Then, of course, we are talking about using cooperatives as a special vehicle. I've already talked about it having been used in transport. We have also used cooperatives as a special vehicle in slum upgrading in Nairobi, Kisumu, Mombasa. So cooperative indeed is a vehicle that can be used to formalize the small scale traders. Next. Policy framework. What is important here, let me just say, is if we look at number 4, let us recognize cooperatives as private businesses. There is a common notion sometimes that cooperatives are government. So if you are in a cooperative, then you are in a government or a semi-government organization. I think what is important to emphasize in any policy that we are developing is that cooperatives are private businesses. It is only the way it comes up that it tries to work for the common good, and therefore the government associates with it more than it will associate with the other private forms of private businesses. But that notion of having cooperatives as semi-government sometimes also just discourages people from getting into cooperatives because they think they don't want to work for government. Role of Musa, I've talked about it. Let's move on. Now, voluntary or mandatory formalization, that is important because as we come up with strategies of formalizing, it should also remain important that whoever is the consumer of the strategy or the consumer of the policy is made aware that it is a voluntary exercise, so that we don't go out making sure that if you don't formalize, then we make sure you don't operate. That might still have a negative impact on the formalization exercise. National or county-based registries, we will have to ensure that mobilization is done at the county level because that is where most of the businesses are. But our view is that it is important to retain the national registries. The one I can also talk about is dispute resolution. I think Mr. Rida talked about this one. Winding up provisions. We have the Solvency Act that is operational now, and it sets the bar very high for anybody who can be a liquidator of an organization. Now, what we are saying is that in formulating our policies and possibly legal framework, we must make it friendly for these organizations that are coming up to be able to wind up should the need arise, so that we encourage those who have not formalized yet to be able to formalize. So on that note, I should say thank you very much for listening to me. I know I've also taken a bit more time, but now we'll have to move to the second stage and get other presenters. Let's move on. Yes, so our next presenter is Ms. Simel Esim. Bear with me if I don't get the pronunciation right. Ms. Esim is a program manager, a senior technical specialist at the Enterprises Department of the International Labour Office. She leads the ILO work on cooperatives and social and solidarity economy. She has also been a she's a senior gender specialist at the regional office for Arab states, where she led the work on gender equality transition from informal to the formal economy and decent work for domestic workers. She holds a PhD degree in economics from the American University, Washington, DC, an MA degree in international economics, and Middle East Studies from the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, and a BA in political science from Bogaziz University. She speaks Turkish, English, and she's interested in Spanish and French language. So, Ms. Smel Elim Esim, the floor is yours, and I'll just beseech you to try and be within 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ongetti. Greetings from the International Labor Organizations and its Cooperatives Unit. This unit is responsible for COP and wider social and solidarity economy portfolio. And many thanks to Yaneka for this invitation. The topic MSME formalization through cooperatives is very important and timely. Important because most cooperative enterprises in terms of size are in fact SMEs. In terms of how many people they employ, but also oftentimes cooperatives are the choice for micro-entrepreneurs in the informal economy, like home-based enterprises, transport, market traders, recycling, to access services and create economies of scale. They use the co-op model to access advisory services, training schemes, mutualized financial instruments, business networks, horizontal groups, and such support can also take the form of cooperation among cooperatives. They exist in traditional sectors like agriculture, fisheries, finance, but also in emerging sectors like renewable energy, platform economy, creative economy, tourism, healthcare, education. So it's important that cooperatives are included in national and sectoral MSME development policies. MSME formalization through COOP. MSME formalization through COOP is also timely because during times of crisis we see the values of cooperation, mutualism grow in popularity. It's either in existing co-ops, membership, and business size growth, but also new co-ops are formed. This has been the case with COVID as well. ILO, ICA, others documented how during the pandemic, cooperatives of producers, consumers, workers reached out to members and communities with services in social health protection, provision of food, prevention equipment, financial support, education, training, awareness raising, and relocalizing supply chains. They have done this in cooperation, of course, with local and national governments, but also what's important is in addition to being seen as partners during times of crisis, they need to be acknowledged as enterprises that need to benefit from the financial relief packages for MSMEs. So cooperatives and their secondary, tertiary, vertical associations advocated successfully for such inclusion for their members in relief packages. The ILO brings together governments, employers, and workers to set labor standards, develop policies, devise programs, promoting decent work. The co-op unit has been around since 1920, so we marked our centenary last year. Our work is guided by international labor standards, and there are two that are relevant to formalization and cooperatives. The first one is the promotion of cooperatives recommendation, which was mentioned by Dr. Shifa, and the transition from informal to formal economy recommendation, number 204. I will not say the things that Dr. Shifa said, just that the recommendation on promotion of cooperatives recognizes that a balanced society needs strong public-private sectors, as well as strong co-op, mutual, and other social and non-governmental sectors, and it specifies that governments need to provide a supportive policy and legal framework. It mentions, I will just say two things that Dr. Shifa didn't say. One, it mentions the need to establish an institutional framework with the purpose of allowing for registration of co-ops in a rapid, simple, affordable, and efficient manner. This is, of course, an important topic for MSMEs. And in many countries, registration requirements for cooperatives can also be so cumbersome that it's MSMEs avoid them. The recommendation also encourages the development of cooperatives as autonomous, self-managed enterprises, especially in areas where they can play a role and provide services that are not otherwise provided. So it's important to mention this because, one, governments, yes, provide an enabling regulatory institutional environment, but not try to control, impose on cooperative enterprises, allowing them autonomy and independence. This is important. And the second one is that encouraging co-ops of workers and enterprises in informal economy where service deficits exist, like health or insurance services. This is also important. ILO work on cooperatives is guided by this recommendation, and we provide legal policy advice, policy research, deliver training, and capacity building in partnership with national and local governments, trade unions, employer organizations, co-op, and wider social economy institutions. We have a set of education and training tools for orientation on co-ops at the meso, macro, and micro levels. For instance, my co-op is for agricultural cooperative management. It was developed in Africa in the context of Co-op Africa project and has been then used out of Africa around the world. Think Co-op, Start Co-op, Manage Co-op are stepwise tools that are available in multiple languages, and our sisters, for instance, in Seva, India, have translated it into Gujarati and Hindi and rolling it out for their members. So they are used across Africa and around the world, especially for youth and women entrepreneurship development, and in Africa and Arab states, more recently in refugee response. The other recommendation is recommendation number 204 on transition from informal to formal economy, applies to all workers and economic units in the informal economy, including cooperatives and wider social and solidarity economy. The informal economy is huge. More than 60% of the world's employed population are in informal economy. ILO statistics show that 2 billion people work informally, mostly in emerging and developing countries. Majority lack social protection, rights at work, decent working conditions, and more than 90% of small and medium enterprises are in the informal sector. This does not even take into account the myriad of micro enterprises. So an integrated strategy for formalization needs to address a number of elements. First, a well-coordinated legislation policy and a compliance mechanism that facilitates a transition to formality, including for those most vulnerable to decent work deficits. So the perspective from the informal economy worker and enterprise, and these, how do you overcome these decent work deficits is important. The Abidjan Declaration, adopted at the ILO's 14th African Regional Meeting in December 2019, calls for promoting co-ops and social and solidarity economy for formalization. ILO's governing body starting today. In a week's time, this governing body, where African governments, workers, and employers organizations are going to be present, will be discussing whether to include an item on the social and solidarity economy in an upcoming agenda of the International Labour Conference. This is important because I think a number of speakers before me mentioned, even Mr. Ongetti mentioned the community solutions, and this is very much a part of that wider framework of social and solidarity economy. Universal definition does not exist. In Africa, a regional tripartite conference that was organized in Johannesburg adopted this definition. SSE is a concept that designating enterprises and organizations, in particular co-op, mutual federation, benefit societies, associations, foundations, social enterprises, which have the specific feature of producing goods, services, and knowledge while pursuing both economic and social aims and fostering solidarity. Why is this relevant, important, this chapeau? I think when we are thinking MSME formalization through co-op, through cooperation, I think through solidarity, through collaboration, this is a relevant framework. In Africa, we are seeing modernization of existing co-op legislation to be more able to integrate better in trade, value chains, global value chains. To name a few, Egypt, Ghana, Sierra Leone has ongoing co-op legislation reviews. Countries in the region like Djibouti, Cameroon, Tunisia have established policies on social economy. We've been working with the Tunisian government in the adoption of the strategy in a in a manner that is inclusive and working on this implementation specifically around youth and women employment and entrepreneurship through cooperatives and a wider social economy. We are also working with the South African government and partners in the co-creation of a social economy policy. So that's the policy side. Then I think statistics is important. We've been, using a number of statistics across our presentations today. And despite the rising importance of cooperatives and wider social and solidarity economy, questions remain regarding the definition, measurement, size, impact, potential limits. At the 20th International Conference of Labor Statisticians in 2018, guidelines concerning statistics of cooperatives were adopted, and it will be very important to work also with sister UN agencies like UNDESA in moving these guidelines forward. And the third element is the role of other labor market institutions like employers and workers' organizations and representative organizations of those in the informal economy, that they need to be a part of this discussion in the facilitation of transition to formal economy. In the early 2000s, the ILO had a project, Syndicoop, that brought trade unions and cooperatives together to help improve working conditions of informal economy workers and enterprises in Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. We are now undertaking research, looking into what we learned from that, what are emerging practices of trade union and co-op collaboration in the continent, for formalization to launch a new project phase. What are pathways? There was a question, in fact, in the chat of MSME formalization through cooperatives. So policy and regulatory support to MSMEs need to recognize, enable co-ops as among the pathways to formalization. So what are some of these? One, associating producers who are micro-entrepreneurs in making the production and marketing of their goods and services more predictable and economically sustainable. This is, of course, one of the most widespread forms, shared service cooperatives. Their main activities are upstreaming and upstream or downstream services to support members, and self-employed producers and entrepreneurs in the informal economy can then enjoy services which were not otherwise available to them because of their small size or lack of applicable formal arrangements. And there are great examples of this in, of course, the continent, Oromia Coffee Farmers Cooperative Union in Ethiopia, Machakos Cooperative Union in Kenya, and I know there are many others. Dr. Shifa mentioned a few. These are secondary level. The ones I mentioned are secondary level unions of primary co-ops. They support the businesses of their member primary co-ops. And of course, the point here is the replication. What are the enablers that made these cases work, and how could such enablers be recreated in other sectors, value chains? The second pathway is establishing a cooperative SME with a single production system and achieving economies of scale. We see such entrepreneurs, cooperatives established, for instance, to bid for public and private procurement. They cannot do it alone, but if they come together as they can. They are facilitating regulations around this in some countries in the world that give cooperatives a special quota to bid for such public service procurement. This could be construction services, food services, care services, etc. Entrepreneurs co-ops are formed by groups of entrepreneurs or sometimes municipalities, public bodies. ILO research undertaken under Co-op Africa project documented experiences of entrepreneurs cooperatives from around the world and assess their, challenges, potential, and realities for Africa. I will be happy to share that with you in the link. Third point is creating and joining a credit and saving system that gives MSMEs access to productive credit and enabling them to consolidate economic activities. This is another pathway to formalization through cooperatives. MSMEs are the main clients of cooperative banks and credit and saving unions. Many cooperative credit and saving systems experiences exist, of course, in the African continent. Kenya is a leader in this regard. At the ILO, we've done an assessment on capacity building needs of financial cooperatives. It was on the request of our colleagues in the Addis Ababa office. And we identified a gap around strengthening capacities of secondary and tertiary level institutions of financial cooperatives. So we partnered with FAO to develop a training program around APEX, which is called APEX FinCoop, to support financial cooperative APEX organizations in developing and implementing effective strategic planning, fulfilling their functions in a cost-effective way, satisfying their members, advocacy, policy advocacy. This was implemented in several countries, including Ghana, with the Ghana Credit Unions Association. I think it has great potential for countries where secondary and tertiary organizations of financial co-ops can benefit from such strengthening. And this can be done in partnership with strong financial cooperative organizations, unions in the region, like Cusco. Final point is providing social protection, including health insurance through self-funded and mutually established insurance systems, is another pathway for formalization through co-ops and mutual associations. This is one of the key decent work deficits for informal economy workers and enterprises, social protection. And our research in ILO, done in close partnership with WIGO, Women in Informal Economy Globalizing Organizing Network, and we have members in the audience here today, that accessing social protection in general and health insurance in particular are the key reasons, the top reasons for informal home-based micro-entrepreneurs, recycling micro-entrepreneurs to set up cooperatives. Rwanda, Senegal, Ghana has good mutual health insurance systems that provide extensive community-based health insurance, covering people in rural and informal economies. And I think this is in countries where such service provision through co-op and mutual associations may not exist. We are looking into how cooperatives in well-established sectors like agriculture or finance can reach out to help fulfill these gaps. We are working with the International Health Cooperative Organization, and this could be for Kenya with financial co-ops, Cameroon with agricultural co-ops, how, especially in times of crisis like pandemics, could existing co-ops reach to health services. In conclusion, in these times of change, we keep hearing calls for new forms of business, new models of growth are needed, that we need to expand the diversity of enterprises, innovative solutions, not just technology, but social innovation. And I think, in the continent and around the world, cooperatives may be seen as an old tool, but I think it's important that they keep reinventing themselves, or people keep rediscovering them, like youth and women. And if we pay attention to how they are responding to new problem areas, and we can encourage them to by providing a conducive enabling environment and supportive ecosystem of financial, non-financial institutions, they can be effective tools in addressing formalization challenges and more. So I look forward to our discussion and to exploring ways we can collaborate. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Ongetti.
Thank you, Ms. Smel Esim, for that elaborate presentation. We seem to be doing very badly on time management, or we truly underestimated passionate and enthusiasm of the speakers. So I hope the organizers will look at the timing so that we don't lock out anybody. So waiting for the next speaker on the screen. So the next speaker on the screen, Ms. Monica. She's a legal officer at the International Trade Law Division of the UN Office of Legal Affairs, which is the Secretariat for the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UN CITRAL. She is currently serving as Secretary of the UN CITRAL Working Group #1 on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and coordinating the UN CITRAL presence on social media. Before joining the International Trade Law Division, Monica worked for other agencies of the United Nations system. She's a licensed lawyer in Italy, which is her home country. She holds a master's degree in public policy and management. So, Ms. Monica, the floor is yours. Also, just try again and manage time for us, 10 minutes if possible. Monica.
Sorry, can you hear me now? I thought I had unmuted myself.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Sorry,
yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ongetti. I will try my best to stick to the 10 minutes. Very quickly, I had a PowerPoint presentation, but if that is not available, I can do it without it. Oh, thank you very much. You can, first slide number 1, you can, thank you. No, the previous one. Very simple. UNCITRAL works. Let me clarify. UNCITRAL works on international trade law issues. So we don't deal with regulatory issues, and we don't deal with tax issues. That's why nothing what I'm going to say will focus on tax or regulatory issue. Since 2013, UNCITRAL is working on removing the legal obstacles as a work program that has been entrusted to its working group 1. And it's about removing the legal obstacles for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses in order to create a legal environment that is conducive for the MSMEs to grow. And in the context of this program, in 2018, UNCITRAL adopted the legislative guide on key principles of a business registry. For what reason? First of all, to support the movement, to support the transition of businesses from the informal economy to the formal economy, and to facilitate business registration. The guide is not suggesting that a separate system of registration is developed for MSMEs. However, it is written it recommends a series of reforms that are based on the principle think small first. So a series of reforms that should be implemented from the perspective of MSMEs. What is more important for MSMEs that to facilitate the registration of MSMEs? And so why the guide is concerns simplifying business registration as such for all businesses, but the reforms that are recommended in the guide are considered from the perspective of MSMEs. And they are based on international best practices. Please, next one. The objectives of a business registry, the guide clarifies that the business registries should enable the registration, should give an identity to provide an identity to the business, so that the businesses become visible in the marketplace. Probably, sorry, I listened too much into the ILO presentation, so not on the workplace, but on the marketplace. And the key features of a business registry is that a business registry should be publicly accessible, should be simple, should be friendly, time and cost efficient, and should provide, should be of a good quality, and should provide good quality information. What does it mean? That both the registry system and the information should be periodically updated. One important aspect is that this system of business registration should be based on a framework of simple and predictable laws. What does it mean to be simple is clear? So the law should be written in a simple way and a very easily understandable. But what does it mean predictable? That, for example, in terms of predictable, laws concerning business registration should limit the discretionary power of the registry. They should clearly say, this is the rule. They should not simply say, you know, this is left to the discretionality of the registrar. So this is what we mean by predictable system of law. Simply say, you know, the registrants need to submit a notice, a request of registration through this, and the other methods. Could you please move to again? Please, another pass this also on. Of the business registry recommended by the guide in order to simplify the registration process, look at the use of technology, the use of one-stop shops, and the improved interaction of the authorities that are concerned, are involved in the registration. Let me start with this last point. It's important that that there is an interconnection and an exchange and an interaction of the authorities that are involved in business registration, like taxation, like the business registry, like social security. There should be a flow of information between these authorities, to say the least. One other important reform that is recommended in the guide, which is very close, goes very close to the importance, you know, to the interaction, because it's aimed, in fact, at facilitating the interaction of the authority, is the establishment of one-stop shops. One-stop shops are defined as outlets, single outlets that enable entrepreneurs to receive all information, all the forms they need for business for registration, and to complete all the required steps for registration instead of visiting several different places. And a one-stop shop can be a physical premise, but it can also be an online, a platform, a web platform, where all the forms that are important for registration are available. But actually, going back to the issue of interactivity of the various authorities, the perfect match would be when you have one single form for registration that captures all the requirements of the different authorities that must be that are involved in business registration. The other important element that the aspect of a reform that is recommended in the guide is the use of technology, so that the business registration transition from paper-based form to electronic forms. Here, when we say use of technology, the guide is technology, let's say technology neutral, meaning that it doesn't recommend any particular form of technology. Which makes the guide very adaptable to any evolution of technology. The guide is also quite very mindful that sometimes transitioning from paper-based to e-registry, to electronic registry, requires re-engineering a little bit other aspects of business registration, like institutional aspects and operational aspects. And in the guide, there are, in fact, best practices are presented, several best practices and recommendations of how to have re-engineering this electronic registration. We can move to the next, please, next again. One aspect very important that again is connected to the use of technology, although not necessarily technology is required to implement the unique identifiers, but is particularly also certainly it is very much facilitated by technological and online environment. But an aspect that is particularly important to facilitate the interconnection of the different public authorities involved in registration is the use of unique identifiers. A unique identifiers is an alphanumeric code that is attached to a business, and it gives an identity that it is for the entire lifespan of the businesses, and it is the same identity no matter which public authorities the business has to interact with, no matter with which bank or with which other private actor. So it is something that is of extreme importance. It facilitates also exchange of information among business registries of different countries. For example, it also facilitates retrieving information on a certain business, which is of particular importance for those who are looking for information on a certain business, not just for the public authorities. Next slide, please. The guide looks at the various steps, also doesn't only provide recommendation on how to structure a business registry system. The guide also looks at the various steps for the registration of the business. Very important. The guide doesn't require that all businesses must be registered. The guide is very mindful that in many states, certain very small businesses, very micro businesses, may not be required to register. And the guide certainly doesn't recommend states to change their legislation on that point. However, the guide encourages states to permit businesses of all sizes, even those businesses who are not required by law, to permit all businesses that wish to do so to register. The guide also raises promotes accessibility of information on how to register, which is a key aspect, because many micro businesses do not know how to register because they don't have access to information. And if you can in fact move to the 3 slides down to this one. Yes, no, before, one back. Yes, and the guide in this regard, recommends that there are clear rules on the access to this registry premises. In the case of the electronic registries system, there are clear information on the website of the registry. Possibly, where it is possible, also in summarize in a language, in addition, in a neutral language, not just the language of the country of the registry, but maybe also another language to facilitate registration of businesses, foreign businesses who may want to register their branches in another country, and also to retrieve information and to get information, to obtain information from the registry, from users from foreign countries. Obtaining information from the registries on registered businesses. I would like to conclude, if you can go to one more step. Yes, I would like to conclude with fees. This is an important aspect of business registration. Many business registries in several countries get some revenues because they charge fees for registration. Actually, the guide based on best practices in many other countries recommends that that fees are not charged for business registry services, maybe for registration services, but they might be charged. It would be preferable to charge fees for information. So for users of the registry systems who would like to get information on a certain registered business. While the guide do not encourage business establishing fees for registering a business, because that might prevent MSMEs from registering. In the case that whether the MSMEs, whether the business registry should establish on the law, should establish fees for registration, then the guide recommends that the principle of cost recovery is used, so that the business that just pays the minimum possible amount. So only the fees is only calculated on the basis that to recover on the basis that the business registry can cover the cost for setting up for maintaining its infrastructure. One final note on the guide. As I said, it's based on the best practices of several countries, including African countries, including Kenya, that attended several sessions of the working group that crafted the legislative guide. The legislative guide is a text that is not hard law. It's a compilation of best practices, and it is each best practices is then supported by a legislative recommendation that is addressing states that would like to improve their domestic laws on the basis of that. It is available in 6 languages, in the 6 official languages of the UN, the United Nations, on the UNSUCHAL website. And I hope I stick to my 10 minutes. And I give the floor back to you, to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Monica, for that presentation, and also bringing us within the time limit. Who is the next presenter? Good. So we are through with the session number 2. We will do a very brief question and answer session for the interest of time, possibly 10 minutes. If there will be questions that will still be unanswered after the 10 minutes, then we will keep those questions and answer them during the second question and answer section after session number 3. So we have questions that we have received. One question is on Pan-African mechanism to promote trade, AFCFTA, African Continent Free Trade Area. And please, Dr. Sifa, can you respond to that question? Dr. Sifa?
Yes, please. Can you, which question are you alluding to?
The question on, okay, it is a question from Komi Tsou UNCTAD. And the question is, how can the African Continent Free Trade Area framework support promoting MSME formalization through the cooperative enterprise model?
Thank you very much. I've seen the questions, although that was more of a general question.
Yes.
If I might try to respond to the same, like we said, when I did illustrate in my presentation the example of the 3 East African countries, that is Kenya, Rwanda, and Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda, how they have been able to, once they opened up free movements, work permits, and the goods and services, more or less like what the African Continental Free Trade Area is advocating for, they saw their businesses jump into 50%, I think, increase in their businesses among the 3 countries. So basically, you can see that this opening up of the space will create more mobility of the human, but also the goods and services, and this will increase the volume of traffic within the SMMEs, that is the informal. So what we have been advocating for is that if they can be formalized, at least they will be able, using the economies of scale and scope through cooperatives, to be able to tap into the African Continental Free Trade Area. That will be my answer to that one. I don't know if I should also respond to the other questions which are related to me, because I can see them. For the interest of time, there was a question coming from Morocco, Munia, and she asked about what are the challenges and advantages nowadays which can motivate people to formalize their activities in cooperatives or through cooperatives. Basically, we have alluded to that. We said limited access to finances. We have talked about also limited resources and innovation or digitization. Some of the legal and policy frameworks could be some of the reasons why people could be motivated to formalize through cooperatives, because definitely, unless they can feel the need and they know that the cooperative could be the answer to some of the challenges that they are facing, definitely then they could not formalize through cooperatives. So, and that's why I did advocate that we should be in the forefront, at least through education and training, trying to demonstrate the powers of cooperatives to the SMMEs, especially those from the informal sector, showing that most of their challenges could be addressed to the formalization through cooperatives. There is also another question from Pwani Sako, Kenya. How can cooperative model contribute to youth empowerment, and how youth-led cooperative will be supported during COVID pandemic? There are quite a number of programs targeting the youth in Kenya. There is even the youth fund, We also have the women, some of them could be youth. We have now the SMME fund, which has been alluded to by Mr. Andrew. So basically, you can see there are already some of the program in place, and it's quite a number of banks, as we will hear it later on. Cusco has got one, I think the Cooperative Bank. We have also Equity, among others. So basically, those are some of the program already targeting the SMMEs and including the youth. And the issue of youth empowerment, like we know that most of Africa has the highest number of unemployment, again, leading in unemployment. And it has been demonstrated here through the data that indeed through SMMEs, quite a number of people have been employed, almost 83% in the case of Kenya. So already you can see that if only youth can engage in entrepreneurial activities through SMMEs and formalized through cooperative, then definitely they can be empowered, just like the others who are already in the 83%. There is another question from Nigeria, Mr. Mohammed Salaman, Nigeria, asking what are the different sources to generate income for cooperatives at the same time benefit for members. First is remember that cooperatives, there is a member economic participation, meaning the members themselves, they should be able to contribute a little bit so that they can be able to pull up their resources and they be able to together now to have to achieve a seizable capital. So that is the first thing. First, it is what they have at hand or what they can bring onto the table. Then use that what they have brought together, either to use it as a collateral, but also there are quite a number of other to get loans from the banks, commercial or other cooperative financial systems. But also there are quite a number of grants where we have got guarantees, and depending on countries, but also we have had some grants in some limited countries and also from development partners. I think those will be the questions which we're targeting, unless I have seen another question here from South Africa. How can, sorry? Can I finish the questions, or this is okay?
Time.
That's fine then. Thank you.
Okay. If there is any question that will remain unanswered, I think it will be answered during the second question and answer session. We still have that. I just want to add something on the Pan-African mechanism to promote trade. I think one most important thing is how do we enhance the structures of the MSMEs in the continent of Africa. In Kenya, we are saying we should have a clear structure that will end at a federation level, so that the federation is able to deal with other federations in other continents and promote trade in that way. In that way, you are able to standardize your goods. You are able to know which good can be traded where. You are able to do better negotiations. And generally, you are able to avoid unnecessary competition within the continent. So if we are going to benefit from the free trade area, then we must be able to strengthen the structure of the MSMEs within each participating country. And then, of course, the second part of the question that says, is this a model that can be copied? And I think it is a very good model that should be propagated in all countries of Africa, because we are all facing similar issues. I will very quickly respond, hopefully respond to other questions that were forwarded. One was the issue of barriers to entry into cooperatives. There should really be no barrier of entry into a cooperative, because cooperatives are supposed to be open organizations. And the only legal barrier that I can think of at this particular time is specifically in Kenya, where we say primary cooperative societies are formed by individual persons. So if we have several groups that are supposed to come together as a cooperative, then that could be a barrier. But for a trader to participate, to be able to be a member of a cooperative society, there should be no barrier to that. All you are doing is that you are strengthening your bargaining position. Then there is another question on incentives to enhance competition. This was coming, I think, from, is it South Africa? About a member of a housing cooperative society. The incentives that we have been able to get in Kenya include tax holidays if you are doing your project through a cooperative society. And the other incentives that we have been able to ask for are infrastructural development, including electricity, roads, and water. Otherwise, what we do is that we want to encourage cooperatives also to be competitive businesses, because if they are going to rely on incentives, the moment you remove the incentive, then they are likely to go down. But there are basic incentives that we ask that the government should be able to provide, including infrastructure development. Capacity building. This goes with the question where I'm saying that people don't trust cooperatives because of mismanagement. I think the two go together. What we've done in Kenya is that we have registered a professional society for cooperators, and we are insisting that all workers in cooperative societies should be members of this professional body, so that if they cannot adhere to the professional standards that are set, then they should not be allowed to work in cooperative societies. So we are hoping that through this move, we will be able to professionalize the management of cooperative societies and improve the governance situation in the cooperative societies, and possibly now in the long run increase the trust of members in those societies. There's also a position that if you are becoming a director of a cooperative institution, then you should be able to undergo director training so that you are equipped. This is now at the directorship level, so that you are equipped with a proper grounding as a director, just like we have training for directors in other private companies. So that covers most of the questions that have been raised. As I've said, if there's any other question that has not been answered, you can still put it on the chat and we'll be able to answer it at the end of the session. With that, we come to the end of session number 2. And I would now like to call upon Dr. Sifa to take us through session number 3, how we can leverage the cooperative business model for MSME financing towards formalization. Dr. Sifa, thank you very much for being patient with me. Dr. Sifa, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. But dear participants, we are 1 hour late, and we have some 4 interesting presentations, in fact 5. I would like to call upon the presenters, please, to try and at least do better than what the others have done so far. As we have heard, the session 3 is about leveraging cooperative business model for SMME financing toward the formalization. These are more of the best cases from Rwanda, Kenya, and India. So without further ado, I would like to present the first presenter for this session 3. That is Professor Dr. Jean Bosco Arelimana, who is the director for Rwanda Cooperative Agency. Professor holds a PhD in finance and masters in microfinance and economic development. Since January 2006, he has been a professor of high learning institutions and universities in Rwanda, Senegal, Benin, Ethiopia, and Belgium. And since 2018, he is the Director General for Rwanda Cooperative Agency, which is a public institution in charge of promotion and capacity development of cooperative registration and their regulation. He was, for the 6 years, the coordinator for postgraduate studies at Ines Ruengeri and professor in enterprise management development at Ines Ruengeri, where he intervenes as a member of Ines Council, Ines Academic Senate. He's a member also of Université Libre de Kigali Council too. He has more than 20 years experience in academic leadership and teaching. 16 years experience of professional life, because he has been a regional coordinator of Acadev Central and East Africa for 7 years, Solidev ASBL for 3 years, and Vision Jeunesse Nouvelle for 6 years. He also has experience in designing and monitoring the implementation of socio-economic development platform. He has a good publication record, including publications in the top internationally recognized peer-reviewed journals with high impact factor, and supervised student research projects at all levels of university education, including doctoral students. He mainly works on bridging the innovation gap between academia and industry. His current research interests are mainly in cooperative finance, microfinance, control, audit, business management, project management, entrepreneurship, and market analysis. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jean Bosco Heririmana. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Sifa. Good afternoon, all here. As it was a request, I'm going to make a short presentation on the role of cooperatives in transport development and job creation in Rwanda. Next. As a background information, Rwanda Cooperative Agency, RCA, is a public government institution established in 2007, which mandates of mobilization and sensitization of Rwandans to join and form cooperatives, registration, supervision and inspection of cooperatives, regulation, which is drafting laws and code of conduct for cooperatives, capacity building, training, coaching, mentorship, then linking cooperatives to anchor farms and other development partners, arbitration and conflict resolution. Then at the end, advisory services. Next. And in Rwanda now, we have around 10,103 cooperatives. Among them, we have around 5.3 million out of 12 million of all Rwandan population. Then the cooperatives are distributed, mainly are working in agriculture, in saving and credit cooperatives, in housing, in mining, in transformation, in handicraft, in services, which is in services you have this part of transport and trading. All life of economy, we have cooperatives. Even recently, we are experienced to register cooperatives in ICT, which deals with this new technology done by youth, especially. Next. Then cooperative movement structure in Rwanda. We have primary cooperatives, we have unions, we have federations, we have then confederation. Then as an explanation, primary cooperatives by the law, when there are 2 or 3 or above, they can form a union. Let's take an example in the primary cooperatives in the coffee washing station. In the coffee, 3 primary cooperatives of farmers in coffee, if they cannot alone have a coffee washing station, they can form a cooperative as the 2 cooperatives or 3 or 4, then contribute within 1 year, 2 years, if they made, they can have this coffee washing station, which can be a big project to have a big and a good project, which will bring an added value to the members of primary cooperatives, rather than having a private person who can come and have a factory, a coffee washing station, and then the dividend, the income will go to the individual one, rather than forming this union on the interest of those 3 cooperatives at the end to impact on their members. Up to now, we have 149 unions, 15 federations, and 1 confederation, which represent the cooperative movement in Rwanda. Next. Cooperative in the transport sector, by now we have, it's covered 12% of the whole movement, which is 605 cooperatives out of 10,103. Cooperatives in transport are operating in 2 modes. Normally, 1, land transport. We have bus cooperatives, which is under this federation, Rwanda Federation of Transport Cooperatives. Then you have motorist cooperatives. We have bicycle cooperatives. We have taxi voiture cooperatives and lorry cooperatives. And the second mode is the maritime transport cooperatives. Transport organizations create and supply diverse transport services, both for transport of goods and passengers. They offer those services to people of all social and economic segments, providing opportunities for development and reduce socio-economic disparities. This, to recognize this cooperative movement, this transport cooperatives contributed to first organization and of the entire transport sector in Rwanda, and then it facilitated to have a direct interest to members working together in the cooperatives. Next. Then let us start with this federation of motorcyclist cooperatives. Before, it was not organized. It was not at all, it was like a chaotic situation before working in different cooperatives countrywide. By now, all motorists in Rwanda, they are in cooperatives, and we have 182 cooperatives. The membership are almost 48,000. Then they employ 1,340, and in the cooperatives, those the youth joining cooperatives, they can have they can have their motor, they can have their vehicle, they can have by working internally. You can join without having a motor, starting driving the cooperative motor, and they have a contract with your cooperative, and after 1 year, you will be the owner of this motor. Then it has a direct impact to job creation, but also the employment. Let's say it creates job in the youth, but also we have some women in this sector too. Next. Next, Then, in order to regulate this sector, Rwanda Cooperative Agents has streamlined the taxi motor cooperatives across the country, where cooperative elected new leaders, and then Rwanda Cooperative Agents trained them on governance, on financial management, internal controls, always when there is a change related to a board of directors, supervisory committee, they are even the management. Rwanda Cooperative Agents make sure that they are trained, they know what to do. And up to now, we are working with the federation of these motorcycle cooperatives to embrace new technologies where they are all starting using e-payment by using mobile money, and they are even apart the e-payment, they can use, because there are many, they are in e-commerce interfaces, but also e-tracking. Sometimes if you lost something through a motorist who were with you, it is very easier to track and then know where he is and call upon to him. Then through cooperatives, there are now traffic rules and regulations may be taught and respected in order to prevent road accident. And motorists and their passengers are the majority of victims of road accident, but by starting organizing them, it reduced within the time. Motorist cooperatives prevent the transport and drug dealers, smugglers, and thieves, so as to be arrested, fighting against traffic offense and criminal. Through cooperative, motorists obtain driving license and different services. This is one of the project they are experiencing, to have a dedicated a school for motorists. Next. Then by cyclist cooperatives, there are around 145 registered cooperatives with 46,000 members organized into cooperatives. And then among them, we have 1,637 female. These by cyclists have collected around 368 million. Those are the one in francs. Then each COP has its operating site with the disciplinary offices. Those COPs pay taxes and contribute to the development of their members using solidarity and saving funds. Then the members, around 56,000, get their daily livelihood from transport of people and the good. Those cooperatives provide employment to youth. Next. This public transport through bus, minibus, coaster, there are 44 registered transport cooperatives with 1,693 members using bus, minibus, and coasters. Those cooperatives are members of Rwanda Federation of Transport Cooperatives. Then they provide public transport services, and this federation creates 6,511 people. Those are the figure from 2020. Next. Then for these taxi transport cooperatives, they are well organized too in Rwanda, and even there are some private companies who started imitating the way cooperatives are working, because this is the one of the characteristics of the taxi voiture in Rwanda. It is the ownership of everyone in their cooperatives, We have 54 tax cooperatives with 2,530 members. Then they have a share capital which is around 432 million, and it contributed a lot to organize this industry in Rwanda. Then you have both transport cooperatives. We have 51 both transport cooperatives, and which have 2,926 members. Then also, once again, they are working together, cooperate together, and after in March, as by the law, they distributed their dividends, and they also share the bonus. Next, we have lorry transport cooperatives. Those are 28 registered cooperatives with the 1,820 members. Then among them we have 123 females, and they transport internal and externally, and they contributed a lot to the development of this sector. And by working together, they started as a small cooperatives, but now they become a big one, and they are in the competition with the big companies as it's created a bargaining power by working together, by negotiating together. Next. This is driving schools, cooperatives. There are 10 cooperatives teaching rules and regulations of road in the country. Then they have 1,269 members, and their share capital is around 618 million. Then it is they are countrywide, and they are working where they own their cooperatives, and we are ensured that every year their management, their governance is well done, because we make so many inspections in all cooperatives in Rwanda. Next. Then going on to the conclusion, as you can see, cooperative movement in Rwanda, the government recognized that the contribution of cooperatives is so important, and we are using cooperatives as government to deal with this COVID-19, because we ask the cooperatives to use their solidarity funds, their saving funds, to come up to their members who are in their vulnerable situation. For example, in the end of 2020, they distributed around 3 billion as a solidarity fund, especially in agriculture. Now we have a long-term scheme starting in Rwanda, where those people in cooperatives and the informal sector, they will have the insurance, whatever. Then we are using this cooperative movement, because where they are working together, to save, it becomes simple, but also to have funds dedicated to these solidarity activities, it is so simple too. Then on the part of financial inclusion, we have circles at every sector, administrative sector. We have almost 427 circles to finance those non-financial cooperatives, which is linkage. And now, as Rwanda Cooperative Agents, we are working hand in hand with the National Confederation of Cooperatives of Rwanda to link the part of non-financial cooperatives to financial cooperatives to sit together and then finance those activities. Without taking much time, I thank you so much. If there is the questions, we come again on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Jean Bosco. Jean Bosco has been able to show us how the cooperative movement has been able to tap into all the subsector of transport industry in Kenya, rather in Rwanda. And what is very striking from his presentation, first, how the movement was able to to save the Solidarity Fund and use it during the COVID to jumpstart the activities of those ones who became unable to fast track the activities. This is quite impressive and something to a good take home for the rest. Without further ado, I would like now to call upon Mr. Vincent Marangu. Sorry, I was coming from French person, Jean Bosco. Vincent Marangu is currently the Director Cooperative Banking Division at Cooperative Bank of Kenya, overseeing the strategic growth of cooperatives across all sectors, within a keen emphasis on asset and liability, digital transformation, multi-channel penetration and business integration, product innovation, capacity build, and overall sales force effectiveness and relationship management over 15 million member cooperative movement in Kenya. Wow. Vincent joined the bank in 2003 and has wide experience in business and finance advisory, working with cooperatives and rural financing sectors as a head of cooperative consultancy and insurance agency limited. He holds a bachelor degree in economics and business studies, a diploma in management information system, and is a graduate of the School of African Microfinance. He has attended several international training programs, including the High Performance People Skills and at the London Business School. Vincent is a certified executive leadership coach under the International Federation of Coaching. He is also a founder member of the Kenya Society of Professional Cooperators. His BA Economics and MA Economics as well, and with which is ongoing, and I am that is Management Information System, and also the ACA, that is Accounting Professional for Part 2, I think, for Kenya. Please, Vincent, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sifa, and my utmost appreciation to the UNDES team and the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority of Kenya for giving me the opportunity to share a few insights. I know it's very late in the day, so I'll be a bit quick than my professor, the professor, and the rest, so that then I give the remaining time to George, Rima, and Jeremy. A cooperative bank where I work is one of the largest banks in Kenya, with an asset base of over 540 billion Kenya shillings in total assets. We've been able to mobilize deposits exceeding 370 billion from Kenyans, and also been able to extend loans to them currently outstanding at 300 billion Kenya shillings. We are a bank that is very dominant in the Kenyan market with almost 160 branches. Also serving our customers, our almost 9 million customers, with an additional 14,000 active agents, what we call Kopko Jirani. We are in every county. We have a number of subsidiaries cutting across stock brokerage, fund management, leasing business, as well as associates in the Cooperative Bank of South Sudan. We are also major investors or shareholders in the cooperative insurance company. And as a bank, we are proud to serve the cooperative movement in Kenya. We have wide experience working with cooperatives across all the sectors. And what I can say from the onset is that the cooperative business model works. It is very sustainable. Out of the exposure that we have in the cooperative sector, amounting to about 32 billion, I can tell you that within the bank, we have the lowest PAR and non-performing loan in terms of percentage. So cooperatives do borrow and cooperatives do pay their loans. It also means that when you go down to where those funds are utilized, actually the members of cooperatives or the enterprises do pay their loans. So that is one of the things why I think the cooperative model is a good alternative actually to reinforce the financing of MSMEs as we seek to take a number of them towards formalization. Why is this model unique? I think all of us know that we have an inclusive model. I cannot overemphasize the way the cooperative model does achieve financial inclusion across and also creates a lot of equality. Number two is that our model addresses the crisis of capitalism. So we are an alternative to that without really bringing a lot of scholarly arguments on what our model stands for. I think it has been said globally that we are an alternative to capitalism model. With over 2 million enterprises, 1.5 billion members, cooperatives are actually at the heart of the world economy. And I would want us to leverage on our good numbers and the way we entrenched in every part of the economy to be able then to support the thriving MSMEs in our countries as we move forward. You are aware that we are also uniquely placed to support the Sustainable Development Agenda. Dr. Sifa, Madam Smell, and the rest of you who are here were part of the Quebec 2016 declaration, the power to act, and you know the commitments that cooperatives undertook. And I know, Dr. Sifa, you have been at the forefront trying to actually ensure that cooperatives do play a role as part of that declaration. We have a resilient model as witnessed in the global financial crisis of 2018 and also the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. You're aware that under the global financial crisis of 2018, cooperatives remained very resilient. And even now, I can tell you, as we go through this pandemic, cooperatives have been able, a number of cooperatives in Kenya, especially SACCOs, have been able to hold their AGMs. And I can tell you, they are paying good dividends, they are paying good interest on deposits to their members. Even as much as we see the private sector, commercial banks, giving profit warnings and saying how they do not pay dividends because of course of bad performance. Also, if you look at the NPL performance across the sector, in cooperative sector, it has been very amiable, meaning that we have a very resilient model. Our model spreads across all sectors, just like MSMEs. So we share a lot of similarities. And I want to say that our 7 guiding principles do actually re-emphasize then why this model is a sustainable model moving into the future. Mr. Henry Ritha did speak about value addition in agriculture. And I like the fact that he said that it is through the cooperative that are in agriculture that realization of value addition can be entrenched even more. I cannot agree with him more than that. And I think we have an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that this model is entrenched across all the sectors as we support the MSMEs. Go to the next page. Now, Dr. Sifa in our presentation did give one of our pages in our presentation was the barriers and the challenges towards access to finance by MSMEs. I want to address this from a point of banking as a financial service provider and say that yes, MSMEs struggle to get external financing. One of the things we need to be addressing as we move forward towards achieving this goal is how can we bring the cost of funding to the MSME sector to be more affordable. And of course, there are many ideas into that. We've seen commercial banks working with global development agents such as IFC, the European Investment Bank, to avail funds that come cheaply to support the MSME sector. A Cooperative Bank is one of those banks that has been able to leverage development funds so that we're able to support our MSMEs very well. The other thing is guarantees and collaterals that had to come by. The proposals here is that from both government and other development agents, we need to come up with guarantee schemes that give banks more appetite, that give SACCOs more appetite to lend to the SMEs that they manage in their portfolio. The other thing that we as banks and lenders look at is the whole aspect of how does the government participate in the financial market, or what we call monetary policies, in terms of government appetite for internal borrowing. In Kenya, for example, we have an issue now, for example, where we expect government to do a lot of internal borrowing. Of course, that is going to crowd out any private appetite for internal lending by commercial banks to MSMEs, because it will be more attractive to lend to the government. And with the lowering of the rating of the Kenyan government, so we expect that the access to external borrowing by government will be a bit difficult. So the other thing we are talking about is the high risk of borrowers due to insufficient assets and low capital is one of the things we need to address at a policy level. We look at from where we come from, do MSMEs maintain good records, good information that we're able to evaluate them? So there is a lot of information asymmetry in the MSME sector. You find that the players in the sector understand their business very well, but when it comes to matching that with the records and other financial information that is available, it is not there. So the person running an enterprise understands their business. If you ask them, they will tell you very clearly they have a vision, they know how their business cycles move like, but all that is in their minds. So that limitation or that information asymmetry makes it difficult for both now SACCOs and also commercial banks to have appetite to support the MSME sector. There's no blended finance in this particular sector. It's one of the things we need to start introducing, blended finance to support the MSME. The issue of high dependency on cash transaction is also another thing, because when you ask them for financial statements to evaluate them, you find that much of the funds have moved through cash. Now in Kenya, we are a bit lucky because of the penetration of the mobile banking solutions, and we're able also now these days to use M-Pesa statements to be able to appraise MSMEs. I want you to move to the very last page, page 10, where we have lessons learned. Yes, so that as we move forward, I think what we need to be very realistic too is that as we bring MSMEs to the fold, there are a number of things from a policy level, from a practice level, we need to be aware that one, we have to accept that there are risks associated with this sector. One, because of the way MSMEs are organized, the way they are registered, the way the instruments that they have to give, whether it's commercial banks or SACCOs, as securities. And that's something from a policy level we need to start addressing. We need to formalize and mainstream the appraisal process that we use to look at MSMEs. Capacity building for MSMEs will be very relevant as we move forward. And the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, I'm happy Henry did emphasize on this, on the aspect of capacity building. I am aware that the ministry as an institute now, and they are training the MSMEs in a number of areas at their campus in Parklands. We as financial institutions must commit to change the way we look at MSMEs. I think aligning ourselves with government focus and also our willingness to support through mobilization of funds that we have been able to mobilize from development agents and using internal funds will continue supporting the MSMEs more. Beneficial partnerships, this is where again I said we have to work with both local and international partners. partnership is one of the highlights of the SDGs goal number 17. And therefore, even in this particular sector, partnerships will be very key towards achieving the formalization of MSMEs. I want to end there by saying that we as Cooperative Bank believe in the cooperative model. We are a beneficiary of the cooperative model, and we cannot re-emphasize more. There are a number of cases out there, success stories where we have had people saying that they have been supported by cooperatives and they have been able to stand out in their day-to-day life. So thank you very much for organizing this forum, and I'll be glad to respond to any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vincent. First, because we have kept the time, and in fact below time, and second, you try to be modest. You just mentioned that the cooperative bank in Kenya is among the largest, but I think it's among the 3 largest, if not the 2nd largest anyway. It's a big bank for those who are not in Kenya, and I liked very much the way you say that the cooperatives do borrow and they do pay, and this is because of their very nature. That is, their business is with a soul. So it has been important to also note that the cooperatives in Kenya did very well in the cooperative bank compared to the other commercial bank during this crisis, just to emphasize that they are more sustainable and during a crisis time, as it has been pointed out in other literature reviews. With that, I would like now to call upon Mr. George Ototo. And Mr. George Ototo is a MBS. Mr. George Ototo MBS is a group managing director for Cusco Limited. He's decorated in the category of Moran of the Order of Burning Spear. That is highest, I think, you get it from the head of states himself. For his development of Sacco Credit Union in Kenya, Africa, and the world. Mr. Ototo sits in several corporate boards, including Woku Global, IRU, Akoska, and Cusco Mutual Insurance, among others. He was an MBA in Finance, Bachelor of Law, Bachelor of Arts in Education, where he specialized in mathematics and economics. He's a certified public accountant, CPA, in good standing. He is also an accredited international credit union development educator. He's experienced in business strategy, accounting, audit, taxation, change management, finance, modeling, corporate transformation, entrepreneurship, among others. He has worked as an accountant, chief accountant, management accountant, finance manager, and managing director. That's a good development before his current position as a group managing director. He has written and presented several papers internationally and nationally, worked as a volunteer in Ukraine and Australia, and has restructured a number of loss-making venture over time. So please, Ototo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. for that generous introduction. To all present, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. And basically just to appreciate my inclusion in this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, as a humanity, we have been used to the white and brown and the white and gray swans. But until the pandemic, then we hit or we encountered the black swan. It will take a bit of time. Now, the latest statistics we have on MSMEs was that by the, my next slide, please, my next slide. Yeah. Was the statistics that were released in 2016 for 2015. And that basically just showed that the MSMEs output was about 33 million US dollars, 330 million US dollars, and that contributed about 38% of our, 33.8% of our GDP. But in terms of gross value added, we have about 1.7 trillion relative to 5.6 trillion for the whole economy. If you look at that, you can see that it's quite a significant contributor to this economy. Now we have the classification of the MSMEs depending on the employees. So one time I joked with my sister who runs a fishing boat and asked her if she's an MSME because she has got 5 fishermen working for her. She told me no, she's not. And so something else came into my mind. I asked, why don't we also include the turnover as also part of the classification of these MSMEs? But again, we realized that there were about 1.56 million MSMEs licensed by the county governments, while the informal ones, which were identified with the households, were about 5.85 million. And now, if you look at that, then you are talking about over 70% enterprises in this country are actually the MSMEs, and a number are unlicensed, or what we call the informal ones. In our next slide, we realize that in all other counties, the macro-sized establishments constitute about 90% of licensed establishments. Only 10% are licensed. Our economic survey for 2020, we realized that the MSMEs provide critical additional jobs in this economy. And the reasons why people come up with side businesses, or what we call regularly here the side hustles, included the issue of increased income. They want some additional income and also preference for self-employment. Some also say they have the requisite skills, and that's why they come up with the micro, small, and medium enterprises. If you look at our next slide, then we generally just talk about the MSME financing. And the truth is, there are a lot of challenges that are faced by these business operators. There are disadvantages in terms of access to finance because they are nobody looked at as very risky. Their risk profile is a little bit higher. But again, that is from a formal perspective if they are trying to seek finance from the mainstream financial institutions. There are other sources, the informal sources like family sources, you see, the personal loans from circles, and also even from the Shylocks. In our next slide, the issue of formalization, we don't seem to have a lot of data in terms of some of these institutions called MSMEs. And the lack of that information is a disadvantage from a social and economic perspective. So this is what drove us into looking at the different ways of finding a solution to sort out this formalization problem that we are facing currently. Our next slide is about the constraints. Now, one is the regulatory environment that we operate in. Majority of these businesses fear, or operators fear, that once they are formalized, they would be requested or made to pay direct taxes, because anyway, they still pay taxes, but those are indirect taxes, like VAT, the county council licenses. So those are still taxes, but they don't see that as more taxes than the direct taxes. So some do not, basically, they're just apprehensive. They don't want to be registered. But they are also, the issue of cost in terms of accessing licenses is quite costly, and we also have multiple licenses in this country that inhibit the registration of these MSMEs. Other constraints also is the issue of lack of capital. But again, you ask yourself, sometimes I look at the element of creativity, because there are several financial models, for example, using other people's money, what we call the OPM, other people's money. But because they lack skills, they are unable to tap into that space. We also have expensive loans, more so from the mainstream financial service providers. But again, markets, we've seen a lot of duplication by these informal settlements, or I mean informal sector players, the MSMEs, where they try to kind of arbitrage what other people also have within the same environment. Sometimes back, we used to make fun that you only need to pull a kiosk next to a roadside, and in the evening, you will find another one also placed in the same area. People thinking that you have already established a market there, and therefore they are just coming to tap into that. Now, that duplication normally denies them enough space or enough market to play in. And as a result, you realize that they start now trying to compete on pricing alone. And if you compete in pricing, at one point you'll be priced out of the market. The other constraint is basically the infrastructure for some of them. In the past, we had very poor road network. That is now a thing of the past that has been sorted out by the government. But again, the issue of power was also a problem to help some of the MSMEs do certain businesses. And the problem is still there to date in some of the suburban areas and some regions of the country, which is being solved by the government by doing a lot of connectivity. But again, the element of constant blackouts, crowding out the Uakali sector in business, and then the element of insecurity. We've seen some of the small businesses that are around here suffering from quite a bit of insecurity in the lower sides of the capital city. And we go on. When we talk of capital, we are also talking both of the initial capital, or what we call the sunk cost, at the same time the working capital. Some of them do not realize that you can register the institution, but at the end of it all, you need money to turn around the stock. We move to the next slide. Hello, next slide. The opportunity to us is in the form of formalizing the MSMEs into cooperatives, because the registration process is simple and straight and very friendly, and the cost is like $30 only. You only do the bylaws, and it is quite efficient and fast. And then the element of pooling resources together. You see, if you are standing alone, you don't go very far. We have an African proverb that if you want to go very far, go with the people. If you want to go, if you want to go fast, go it alone. So the MSMEs who are doing it alone are actually in the space of moving fast, but they don't go far. So we do believe that the cooperative model is the best. The advantages has already been explained by my friend Vincent. So we go to the next slide. So all those are the pros of formalization of the MSME: access to finance, access to technical support. Everywhere we give technical support as an institution which is in charge of cooperatives in terms of advocacy, reduce promotional costs, because one network, one movement, one model. We also have the element of reduced logistical cost and also access to training. Access to training had already been explained by my friend Ongetti, and then element of regulation such that you see, the market forces are the invisible and the visible. The supply and demand is invisible. But when you go to the regulation now, that's the visible hand of the market. And therefore, it brings some element of sanity and also builds up public confidence, which we do believe the cooperative movement in this country has achieved much in that perspective. In our next slide, this basically is just a summary of the cooperative model. You hold hands together, you pull resources together, you pull synergies together, you achieve more. And you can see those people in the picture are actually floating in the air after being dropped. If they were alone, they will prove to themselves that man versus gravity, always man loses. The next slide. I will not go through that because as cooperatives, the principles that we have there are cross-cutting. So I will not really go through them. Next slide. So why the cooperative movement? We believe that in the cooperative movement, given that we pull resources together and synergies together, there's the full sense of ownership. The same member is the owner, is a shareholder. The same member is the customer. If they don't buy from their own cooperative, then the cooperative cannot make money. And as our professor from Rwanda had mentioned, the people who are in the cooperatives there shared the dividends and also shared the rebates or the interest at the end of the year. But the cooperative model also reaches the grassroots, the trickle-down effect of the cooperative movement, whether you are looking for KYC, whether you are looking for knowledge of what is happening in the neighborhood and what sells, that one they understand. There is also the element of trust in the management because of democratic administration. If the management and the board do not manage as per the expectations of the members, then obviously they will vote them out. Loans are also affordable, reasonably affordable compared to the other financial institutions. We have no fine print, the small print where we are told sign here. No, ours is bold, and we determine how much we are supposed to borrow at. And also, in a pool, if you are many, the cost of training reduces, and therefore education can be disseminated to members more affordably and more easily. Next, the circles in the informal sector. Now, I looked at a few of the informal sector in this country, which transitioned into a cooperative. And when we talk about border here, it's fortunate that the word border is now in the dictionary. And these are just my motorcycle business operators who used to operate in the informal self-employment. Now, we have various border businesses that have formed themselves into circles or the financial cooperatives. And one of them is called Huisero Border Circle in Kakamega County. Huisero is basically where Mr. Ongetti comes from, I hope so, in Western. And what they decided to do was to save 40 cents of a dollar per day to enable them access soft loans in line with their bylaws. In our next slide, we have what we call Nabosa Circle. But I want you to pay a little attention on this Nabosa Circle, given that if you look at the metamorphosis, how they changed themselves, first of all, uninformal motorcycle operators, then they came together and then formed a small group as Chama, and where they could borrow money to buy spares for their motorcycles if there's a breakdown. Finally, they moved from that Chama and formed what we call Nanyuki Boda Circle, which is basically acronymed as Nabosa, to help members buy motorcycles. You see, from informal to formal to saving to owning motorcycles, and also having spares which are not overpriced. And then in 2015, the idea of a housing project was mooted. Okay, so now they have employment. They have got a circle where to borrow. They have a spare shop where they can buy cheaply. And again, now the housing cooperative. Initially, they were just saving half a dollar on a daily basis. Then they partnered with the National Housing Cooperative Union called NACHU. The synergies, what we call cooperation among cooperatives. And then they went into what we call the incremental housing development. The houses we are showing there in the photo are actually part of the complete house. So they start with a bedroom, which also serves as a kitchen and a sitting room. And then the sewerage system goes to the same collection point. Now, they have also lobbied the county government to improve internal roads and water supply in their estate. You see? So other than deciding to continue living in the slums, now they own houses. You can see how they transitioned, how they went through a metamorphosis until they reached there. And that is not the only one. There are also some others, but I only pick this. Now, our next slide, we have the MSMEs accessing loans in the financial cooperatives. We have Biashara Circle, which is offering the loans to the MSME sector. We also have Faidisha Wanabiashara Circle, also started in 2012, and within Nairobi Gikomba area, currently having 2,400 members, also giving finance to its members. In our next slide, please. Then we have Tower Circle. Tower initially used to be called, it rebranded to Tower Circle. It used to be a teachers-based financial cooperative, but with the time introduced, rebranded used to be called Nyandarua Teacher Sacco, rebranded to Tower Sacco, to tap the business market of the businessmen. And they introduced what we call Mkopo Mashinani loan. Mashinani is just rural area. So it is called loan in the rural areas. As we talk now, they have branches. They come from very far, like 250 kilometers away from Nairobi, but now they have even 2 branches in some of the highly populated market centers in Nairobi. Why the widespread? Their loan is disbursed 5 times the deposits of a member. You have $500, you get $2,500. The interest rates are low, and the repayment period is long, 18 months, then secured by guarantors and chattel mortgages. In the next slide, we also have as Cusco what we call the agribusiness unit. This was in partnership with the World Council of Credit Unions. We wanted to demystify that the peasant farming or small-scale farming or smallholder farming is actually sustainable, and to demystify the fact that they are too risky. So we accessed funding. We lent the funding to one of our circles to give the Kilimara potato growers in the next slide, next slide, potato growers loans at affordable rates. But what we did first was we hired agronomists. Then we convinced these farmers that we should plow their land at the same time as a group. We also talked to the input suppliers, and the input suppliers agreed to supply to them inputs, farm inputs at affordable rates. And we encouraged them to plant at the same time and apply fertilizer at the same time, harvest at the same time, and we also talked to some of the buyers, big scale buyers, to buy from them at the same time. But we also provided a component of micro insurance to these farmers, so that in event of crop failure, they can be compensated. And that happened once. So the Kilimara, the project, we lent out $135,852, which was given to 20 farming groups to plant French beans, potato, onion, peas, vegetables, and sorghum. In the next slide, I've explained that. Let's go to the next slide. Now, there was also another thing that we did with a group called Kanoto Farmers. Kanoto Farmers is in Makueni County. Now, we also partnered with the World Council, and the reason why we did this borehole is because they had got contracts in the European Union where they were supposed to supply French beans, spinach, indigenous vegetables, and those kind of things. Now, they didn't have enough water because that place is almost semi-desert. So we did a borehole and channeled this borehole. The water is pumped using solar system to pump the water and do drip irrigation, besides providing water for the women folk in that area. So that we did. And then later on, they introduced a savings and credit society in 2019 after we had done this project with them. In the next slide, we come to the close. I wanted to take as few minutes as possible. I'm sorry if I talk too fast. But anyway, thank you once more for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation. I will be able to take questions. I know people are tired, but then if somebody has a question, I'm glad to take it. Only hard questions, not any soft ones.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you very much, George. That was a very powerful presentation. I think summarizes the whole webinar almost, showing first the importance of the SMMEs, illustrating their contribution to the GDP, I think at 33.8%. Quite a force to reckon with, but also showing some of the best practices, at least some of the formalization of informal SMMEs through cooperatives and what they have been able to achieve, support which also your organization, Cusco, have given to some to the level of becoming also circles. What impressive, and thank you very much for breathing, I think, the whole workshop together. Without further ado, I would like now to give, I think, to invite Ms. Rehema Nanavati Ms. Rehema Nanavati is Director, Self-Employed Women Association, SEWA from India. She has worked with SEWA for over 35 years, expanding its membership over 1.5 million members, making it the largest single union of informal sector women workers. Rehema facilitated rebuilding lives and the livelihood of 60,000 earthquake-affected rural women and 40,000 riot-affected members. She's leading the rehabilitation program in Afghanistan and in Sri Lanka, providing vocational training in rural livelihood security and war-affected widows. Rehema oversees 4,813 self-help groups, that's quite a lot, 160 cooperatives, and 15 economic federations. Pan-African Indian, including 16 states and also 7 South Asian countries, so it has gone regional, focusing on women economic empowerment by building women-owned enterprises, building women-led supply chain, introducing modern ICT-based tool, and facilitating green energy initiative and livelihood. Rehema is currently a member of the Advisory Council of the Gender of the World Bank Group. She was also a member of the International Labour Organization High-Level Global Commission on Future of Work. Please join me in welcoming Rehema. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sister Sifa, and namaste. I would like to thank you all for inviting me to this very important webinar. It is indeed my honor and privilege to speak here on behalf of over 1.9 million poor self-employed women workers from the informal economy in India, the members of SEWA. I think the presentation by the former presenters was very, very enlightening. And I think our experience is also more or less the same of organizing these poor women workers for over 5 decades now to enable them to achieve full employment and self-reliance. As our founder Ela Butt says, that poverty is the worst form of violence perpetuated by the consent of the society. We believe that poverty and vulnerability are two sides of the same coin. The condition of being poor, of being self-employed, and of being a woman are all distinct and yet interrelated states of vulnerability. And despite being poor and vulnerable, our experience with SEWA members, the women workers, have shown that they are the real micro-entrepreneurs of India. The street vendors, the salt farmers, the artisans, the waste recyclers, the construction workers, and so on. Commonly, we call them as the informal sector, the unorganized workforce, contributing enormously to the GDP of the country, as said by Dr. George earlier, yet having no voice or visibility as a worker. We at SEWA call them the wheels of the pyramid. The reality of these workers is that they are generally the poorest of the poor. Their tools are old and worn out, and they hardly have any information about or access to direct market. Additionally, due to surplus of labor and limited employment opportunities, these workers constantly face challenges such as severe competition, changing market trends, economic policies, and further compounded by climate change. Therefore, at SEWA, we try to fight poverty and achieve our goals through this joint action of union and cooperatives. As a union, SEWA fights for the rights of its members at the same time adopting a need-based and demand-driven approach. SEWA works towards building the skills of its members, preparing them to be able to access the new forms of employment and also create alternative economic opportunities to increase their collective strength and bargaining power. These economic opportunities then take the form of cooperatives or collectives, which are the enterprises where the workers themselves are the owners and managers. On these lines, as Dr. Sifa had said in the introduction, We are a family of organizations with over 4,000 producer collectives, 160 cooperatives, producer companies, and federations. These organizations are non-political, democratically functioning, often based on trusteeship. They not only strengthen the livelihoods of its members, but also increase their collective bargaining strength, broaden access to market, and generate an array of employment opportunities for more women workers like them. That is how they scale up. Additionally, many of these organizations have hybrid goals like capacity building and advocacy, in addition to generating livelihood opportunities for its members. I will not repeat the examples which have already been shared, like on the automobile or the mobility and the transport cooperatives. We also have our own mobility initiative, but here it is all owned by the women themselves. They own the vehicles and then they run their enterprises accordingly. We also have hand pump repairers, a water cooperative, and I think we have a cadre of over 150 women who are hand pump technicians. And during the pandemic, I think it was these women who not only provided the basic need, which was the water, but also they were able to address the education and awareness on the COVID education. I would like to quickly show a small video on how the water cooperative works. Can we show the video, please?
હું વિમળાબેન પરમાર. હું એક ખેત મજૂર બેન હતી. મારા ગામમાં હંમેશા પાણીની ખેંચ હતી. જો હેન્ડપંપ હોય તો બંધ હોય અથવા બગડી ગયા હોય. મનમાં એવું લાગતું હતું કે સેવાના બહેનો આવતા હતા, પણ હું જોતી હતી, મને એવું લાગતું કે હું જુવાન વિધવા બેન છું તો મને સ્વીકારશે. સભ્ય તો હું બની, પણ સેવામાંથી હેન્ડપંપ રિપેરિંગની તાલીમ પણ મને મળે. હેન્ડપંપ રિપેરિંગનું કામ કર્યું ત્યારે ભાઈઓ કે જે કામ પાઘડીવાળા નહીં કરી શક્યા તો આ ઘાઘડીવાળા શું કરવાના? જો હૈયામાં હામ હોય તો કોઈ કામ મુશ્કેલ જ નથી. અમને સંગઠનનો મજબૂત ટેકો હતો. આજે મારી સાથે બીજી 300 બહેનો જોડાયેલી છે. મેં લીધેલી તાલીમ આજે હું બીજાને તાલીમ આપું છું. આજે સરકારે પણ અમારી પર વિશ્વાસ મૂકી તો આખા આણંદના હેન્ડપંપ રિપેરિંગનું કામ આપ્યું. જો હું સંગઠનમાં ના જોડાઈ હોત તો મારા હાથમાં રોજગારી પણ ના આવત અને આખું ગામ મને હેન્ડપંપવાળા બેન કહીને માને ના આપત.
Thank you so much. So as Vimla Ben, the hand pump technician, says, it has brought them dignity and self-respect. And during the current COVID crisis, when livelihoods of majority of workers had come to a standstill, it was Seva's hand pump technicians cooperative which had work in their hand, which brought them economic security and above all, peace of mind. It was not an easy task. They faced resistance from within their families as well as hostilities from the community. And yet, the gratitude in the eyes of the rural women and the satisfaction of being able to sustain their families despite the economic slowdown gave them the courage to continue working despite the fear of virus and hostility from the communities. I have several such examples, but I'll be mindful of time. But some of the lessons that have emerged are that, the micro, small, and medium enterprises which are owned by the informal sector women workers are which are based on local decentralized supply chains. They are the ones which have resilience. They survived the worst ever crisis and provide work and income security to the workers. And therefore, I think it's now time that we scale up these micro, small, and medium enterprises, the cooperatives, the producer collectives, the federations. Uh, I think what we need to do is create an enabling environment by providing an integrated or a holistic package of access to financial services, access to technical services, and access to marketing services. When all these three things come together, then the cooperatives are able to scale up. Individually, it is difficult for a cooperative or an MSME to be in the mainstream. But I think collectively, there are several advantages. They become a meso-level organization which acts as an aggregator, and therefore they are able to then cover many more such workers, women workers as well. I would therefore like to propose to Dr. Sifa, to the ILO, and to the UNDESA that it has now the time is ripe. Now the time has come that, post the pandemic, when the countries are carving out new economic pathways, we need to think of a South-South livelihood recovery and resilience fund for these micro, small, and medium enterprises and cooperatives. Both the earlier cooperative bankers have talked about new instruments of funding. And I think South-South cooperation on designing and building up this kind of a livelihood recovery and resilience fund is what is needed. I think the second thing which is needed is that we all need to set up a global coalition on future of workers, and SEWA will be taking lead on that post the ILO's Global Commission on Future of Work, to set up a global coalition on future of workers, women workers, and their organizations, which will make the capital flow which is worker-centric and which is human-centric. And this will build what we call it as an economy of nurturance. We all talk about growth, 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 and growth. But I think together with growth, we also need now to talk about building an economy of nurturance. So I will leave with these few suggestions or proposals and hope that ILO, ICA Africa, and UNDESA will take it up. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rema, for thought-provoking comments. First, you said that poverty is the most form of violence, and yes, it has been proved that some of the SMMEs are not formalizing just because of the issue of poverty. So basically, you have echoed the same. And I'm happy to see that you have demonstrated that through SEWA intervention, which is formalizing them through cooperative, they have regained dignity and self-respect, as it has been demonstrated by the video. You also came up with also trying to a new term, though similar, for this particular webinar. We could interchangeably change formalization and using the scale-up SMMEs through cooperative, which could more or less equal the same. You also made a very important point when you talked about COVID, that during the COVID pandemic, those SMMEs, because they were more sustainable because they relied on local supply chain, and that is how they survived. Quite revealing, and in fact, is very true. And that is why we need to create local sustainability in terms of all our sectors before we could rely on any other. You also talked about very good recommendation, that is the recovery fund for the South post-COVID, quite an informative, and also calling for us for an economy of merchants. We still have one more, thank you once again, we still have one more speaker before we can go to the question and answer. I don't know if please our technicians have their CV. That is Jeremy Kamau, Associate Director for SMME Banking, Equity Bank. Please, can you project? Yes, thank you. So Jeremy Kamau is the Associate Director, like I said, for SMME Bank in Kenya. He's in charge of Equity Bank business and banking strategy, mainly on ecosystem implementation and managing the SMME portfolio across Kenya. He holds a master's degree in business administration and a certified accountant. Jeremy is a seasoned banker with over 20 years banking experience in SMME banking operation, and the credit and accounting. Prior to his current position, he served as a general manager for SME banking departments, bank regional manager, and previously as general manager operations in Equity Group Foundation. He is a long-serving branch manager in various branches within Equity Bank. So please, Jeremy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, I take this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this particular forum. Very important to be able to see how we can promote what we call formalization of cooperative enterprises. I will agree with my colleagues. I will not take a lot of time. I think being the last presenter, most of the things have been mentioned because we are operating in the same environment as bankers and also in the same environment as cooperatives, and we have the same objectives. So I'll not repeat what has been said, but allow me to say that Equity Group Holdings is the largest financial institution in Eastern Central Africa in terms of number of clients. At many more, is a regional bank having presence in 6 countries with leading capitalization in Nairobi Stock Exchange. As I said, out of the 14 million customers that are in Equity Group, 80% of these are MSMEs. 80% are MSMEs. And these are clients in small, micro, and large or medium enterprises. They also include agriculture customers, or what we call as agribusiness, and they are in that category. I don't want, next slide, I don't want to report what has been said. I have a slide that is very congested, defining how many MSMEs we have in Kenya. That has been said, 7.4, and out of that, there are only 20%, 1.5 that are formal or licensed. 80% of those 5.9 are unlicensed or informal. That we got. And out of the licensed, then 92% are micro, while 7.2% are small, and medium only take 1%. And this is where we find then people or entrepreneurs who then form in cooperatives, and they are held in cooperatives. They are held in informal groups, what was referred to as even village groups, women coming together and forming groups, which we can refer to as also small circles. All that data about MSMEs in Kenya has been said, about creating employment, how they get capital and all that. So I'll not dwell on that. Let's go to next slide. The SMEs, as we know, they have a lot of challenges, but they have unique challenges compared to other customers of the bank. I'll talk on behalf of the bank. And one of the greatest challenges is that they are usually very highly sensitive to changes in the economic environment that they operate in. We refer to them as more riskier customers to deal with. And this is the reason, because again, we don't understand these SMEs well. And even when we want to acquire them as financial institutions, we don't understand the challenges they have at the point of acquisition. And number three, their needs are heterogeneous. They trade in different economic sectors. Today they are in this sector, tomorrow in this sector, and it has become a challenge to be able to understand SMEs and to serve them using the traditional banking models, which we call brick and mortar. So out of those challenges, I think a lot has been done by Equity in terms of looking at how we can serve these SMEs better, how we can formalize them better. And as I go next slide, I'll say what we have done. That just talks about what I have summarized in terms of all SMEs in Kenya, how many are formalized and how many are unformalized. So that I have summarized. You can go to the next slide. Importance of SMEs in Kenya, especially Kenya as our country, they develop local strong economies. They support a lot in economic sector. They also, we saw earlier, they create a lot of jobs and also provide what we call social stability when most of the youth and women are also employed. They also, in Kenya, we have what we call Big Four agenda that were identified by the government. So they support that in terms of implementation. That is very key. And they also, because they are importers and exporters, they support what we call balance of payment. They also assist in distribution of wealth and incomes around the country or around the global as they do their businesses. And most important, they are also risk takers and they do a lot of innovations. Let's proceed. Next slide. That's just the position. I have mentioned that in the bank, 80% of our customers are MSMEs. That is about 81%. They are SMEs, and the others are large enterprises. So you can see the focus in terms of SME, and you can also see the distribution in terms of where they are present. And personal household, where we have women groups, where we have informal groups, are again a chunk of most of those SMEs. And as somebody else also presented, I think Doctor, I think also trade also carries a lot of weight. Next slide. In terms of our approach and what we have seen to be able to ensure that we also bring these SMEs to formal banking system. Number one, I'll talk about digitization, and this is very key for as we look at how we can formalize SME through SACCOs. And I will say that digital for Equity is a key in terms of ensuring that all our customers, the 14 million, are on digital platform and they are digitized, because you can imagine giving service to 14 million customers over the counter. So what we do is that we have ensured that all our customers are on digital platform. But most important, if I talk about SACCOs, what we have done is that we have offered our platform to all the SACCOs in the country to be able to offer payments, offer collections, offer borrowings, to be able to ensure that they are using that platform into their or serving the customers. Our system is interoperable, so they are able to even hook into the system and be able to reduce their cost in terms of service, in terms of collecting borrowings and even payments. Number two, under digital, what you have also done to SACCOs, we have ensured that they don't incur extra investment in terms of infrastructure. They are able to be onboarded on our platform so that they offer their services in an easy way. When it comes to lending, we have also ensured that we have at our disposal our credit scoring platform for SACCOs to the SACCOs, so that they are able to use that scoring engine to score their customers or their members, and that definitely eases their operations. And that's what we call even offering one-stop shop for all the SACCOs and cooperative. In terms of capacity building, again, we also guide them in terms of how they'll be able to use the platform to capacity build easily in terms of doing that online. In terms of how we also support our SME customers, especially during COVID, we were able to restructure their loans or facilities for up to 3 years, so that the shock that came from COVID did not affect our customers, our MSMEs, and they are able to have some liquidity in terms of how they are able to continue their business. I want to talk about partnership, and as I say, I talk about partnership. I look at wide open partnerships that we have made with the government of Kenya, and especially through the MSAR, present here, MasterCard Foundation, IFC, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, so that we offer good services and good platforms to our MSMEs to be able to do business. What have we done with the government? During COVID, and I know Vincent talked about this, there was liquidity provision by the government. What happened is that the government provided liquidity to SMEs, and in turn, also the banks were able to provide liquidity, and they waived charges on mobile transaction, or the mobile transaction for 1 year. Equity adopted that, and we supported MSMEs. In terms of registration for SACCOs and MSMEs, we also work with MSAR, we also work with KNCCI and the government to ensure that we formalize, we bring more MSMEs to the formal banking financial services, in addition to ensuring they are also registered, so that they can have access to financial services, access to capacity building, and access to liquidity. So that came out very well. We have partnerships beyond the ones I've mentioned, and we were the first bank to make partnership with MSAR here, and we have seen it work very well in terms of capacity building. We have trained a lot of informal MSMEs, and they are gaining a lot of knowledge on how to do their businesses out of this. We have what we call ecosystem. This is again a process where we are able to use a big organization to reach out to their MSMEs, who we call an anchor, to be able even to reach to their retailers who are not registered. But through that process we call ecosystem, then the ones who are at the bottom of the pyramid, who cannot even who cannot be able to even be registered, the hawkers, the mama boga, we call them in Kenya, the border riders, all that, they are able to access finance even without security, because they are in an ecosystem that is well protected. We only use cash flows, their daily cash flow. A hawker is able to access our facility or banking services only because he's an ecosystem in an ecosystem that is well approved, and it has proved to be very successful. My other point is payments. We provide a platform where MSMEs are able to access our platform and do payments, like ensuring that they are on all payments, if it's over the counter, if it's agency, if it's through the cards, if it's mobile banking, internet, POS, and all that. We ensure that they are, even if they are not registered and they have a phone, they are able to own a bank account and transact through that bank account, even if they are not registered. Only if they have a phone, they are able to register. And that's how we have seen those numbers in the bank who have been able to access even some credit through credit scoring, so long as they have a phone and they have a medium of accessing the bank. relationship management that we have not left out for our SACCOs and our MSMEs. We have ensured that that is in the front line. Next slide. That is a summary of what we are doing. Before I do that, the ones of the products that we have, I also want to mention that we have capacity building through our implementing foundation called Equity Group Foundation. We are able to train and capacity build the MSME, even if they are not holders of Equity Bank. That we do on the side and ensure that we create a capacity in them to be able to, one, hold an account, know how to formalize themselves, advantages of formalizing and keeping books of accounts, advantages of savings, advantages of making good borrowings. We train not equity customers. This what I want to emphasize. We train everybody in the country, and we have seen our arm in Equity Group Foundation train over 3 million women and youth of this country, and we are even planning it to roll out to other subsidiaries. So that's on the side Equity Bank and Equity Group Foundation does. The other bit I also wanted to mention is about like-minded partners who have come in to ensure that we de-risk the MSMEs. We de-risk the micro and small holder farmers in terms of accessing financial services. And this we have worked with the MasterCard, African Guarantee Fund, the European Union to ensure that they provide guarantees where the bank is not able to read, and the bank is able to reach out to those customers. And some of those customers are also in groups, also in cooperatives, so that we don't ask them for securities, but we rely on those guarantees to ensure that we reach out to the unbanked and also create a buffer for them. That's right. I will not dwell with it because those are the product offerings that we give to our MSMEs. So if you can move to the next slide, that is our trade finance services available to them. That is for everybody. So you can move to the next slide. These are the product offerings that I said, and this is the platforms that we open to our micro, small, and even those people who cannot be defined within those brackets. They're self-employed, and they're able to work in equity branch, even with $1 or less than $1, and open an account and start savings. They are able to use our ATMs. Our ATMs cards are free. They are able to get cards. They are able to use our mobile services without even having an account with Equity, and they are able to access financial services, and this, then they are also able to on that mobile platform also get what we call financial literacy. So you don't have to be an Equity customer to get into that mobile and get financial services. A very unique product that we have called the EasyPay at the end is where we bring all the service providers in the telecom sector, and they are all interoperable. So that they terminate in Equity Bank, so that you don't have to be an Equity customer, but they can deposit and withdraw or pay for services out of that particular account. Next slide. Other products, current account, savings accounts, fixed deposit, treasury services, they are all available to all our SMEs customers and SACCOs, so I'll not deal with that a lot. Next slide. That shows how, again, the government efforts and our effort as Equity in terms of supporting MSMEs during COVID, our health response. I think I mentioned that we were able to waive mobile fees for transactions. Those who did transaction, it was free. Social response, Equity Group, with our group CEO also, we were able to provide a total of 1.4 billion Kenya shillings to be able to support Kenyans who are affected, including providing PPEs to the hospitals. Loan restructuring in response to COVID, we are able to give up to 4 years for the most affected entrepreneurs, like especially in the hospitality sector, which has not opened to date. And most important, as a response to ensure that risk management was put on bay, we were able to even do better. Next slide. Present our like-minded partners, the ones we have been working with. They might not be there, but I mentioned about Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. I mentioned about MCA themselves. I mentioned about African Guarantee Fund, KFW, IPC, CAM, the government of Kenya, and MasterCard Foundation to be able to bring more micro, small, medium enterprises to formalization, and also include them in the banking financial inclusion in the financial services. So in a nutshell, that's what we are doing about equity to support our MSME, and also ensure that they are also formalized. And this also includes SACCOs, because they are in our MSME section. So thank you very much. Asante sana in Swahili.
Yeah, thank you once again, Jeremy Kamau, and for that powerful presentation. Some take-homes. We all know now that indeed Equity is an SMME bank with 41% of its customer base, that is 11 million, coming from the SMMEs. Quite impressive. Also knowing that you are among the, if not the largest regional bank in East Africa. What is very important to note, to know that you have acknowledged that the SMMEs are the riskier customers, but you did something about them through education and training, but also coming up with products to address the risk of the SMMEs. So once again, thank you very much. We are out of time, and I would like to change. We are supposed now to have the question and answer session now, and I would like to ask Amy if you can project or the question and the question for section 3. I'll then request the presenters to just talk 1 minute. Please 1 minute to address the question. If you have a question, please 1 minute to respond to it. If you don't have a question, because there are some which are general, not specific to one presenter, then you can be able to attend and respond to that. Is it possible?
Dr. Sifa, this is Clark from DESA, and
yes.
The questions we collected are from the registration forms, and also some questions collected during the discussion. It's not a part of the webinar deck, but I guess you can see it from the Google Doc link. If needed, I can also share in the chat box of the webinar so that everybody can see the question.
Sorry, since you don't have it and time is not on our side, I think I will pass the first question. Please, you have 1 minute to answer. That is a general question. How can a cooperative enterprise model work with micro grassroots businesses? And this is question coming from Philippine. Jojo Toto, please, can you answer, because the question was really pulling from the grassroots, and I think you should have a good answer to this. Should I repeat? Are you still on, Jojo Toto? How can a cooperative enterprise model work with micro grassroots businesses? 1 minute.
Okay, now, as I mentioned earlier on, we have cooperative organizations in this country who have introduced the products for the micro, small, and the MSMEs products to enable the businessmen on the ground, or what you could call the informal businesses, manage their cash flows. And that therefore means that it's just an introduction of a product, even if those businesses are not members of these cooperatives per se. Yes. Hello, Daktari, I'm not getting you. Daktari, your microphone is off.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry for that. Are you done with your answer?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
And
beautiful. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. The second question will go to Vincent Marango. Are you still on? Hello, Vincent.
Yes, I'm on, Daktari.
Thank you. Address possible intervention to mitigate funding challenges encountered by SMMEs due to lack of collateral. Address possible interventions to mitigate funding challenges encountered by SMMEs due to lack of collateral. This question comes from Kenya. That is Methodist Sacco Cooperative.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of our advice to MSMEs, especially if they need a lot of support from commercial banks, if they come through their SACCOs, if they come through a SACCO, for example, or if a person is a member of a SACCO, they're able to benefit from funding through other mechanisms like grantorship from their fellow members. They're able to benefit from our own bank through dependency on cash flow. We tie the cash flows. If we tie up all the receivables in their business, for example, if they're receiving money through Lipa and M-Pesa, we make sure that it is terminating through ourselves as a bank. We're able to allow up to some level of funding without requiring securities, tangible securities. So we have about 3-4 products for MSMEs as a bank that do not require tangible securities, but we're even more comfortable to support MSMEs when they come through their cooperatives or their SACCOs. We have more flexibility there because of the fact that the SACCO acts as a de-risking agent to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The third question goes to Rema. Are you still there? Rema, I know she was in and out. Rema, are you around? I think if not, if we still have Simel, please, Dr. Simel, are you around? This is talking about how can cooperative model contribute to women empowerment. Simel and Rema, they are no longer around. I think I can respond to that. This question comes from Aisha from Morocco. The presentation or talking note from Rema showed exactly how cooperative model could contribute to women empowerment. We have seen first by making sure that they are trained, capacitated, then become members of the group. And it's only through the group, the cooperative group, that they were able to be empowered, to feel secured, to have self-respect, dignity, but also money in their pockets. Thank you. The other question, I think this might go to Jeremy from Equity Bank. What financial, material, human, and knowledge support is given to startup cooperatives or SMMEs projects in Africa? This because we are a regional bank. Please, Jeremy, can you respond to that? Should I repeat the question? Hello, Jeremy?
Yeah, you can repeat it for me again, please.
Yeah, that's fine. What financial, material, human, and knowledge support is given to startup cooperatives or SMMEs projects in Africa? This question comes from Angola.
Thank you so much for that great question. I have always and I have mentioned that SME are the grants that are not usually understood. So to be able to provide them with either material, financial, or otherwise support, then you have to work with them from the onset, understand if they require capacity building. Do they need capacity building? You start with that. Do they need tools to be able to formalize or to do their business, either to do them on mobile? Even before you look at financial bit of support, then you have to understand them. So you do possibly a quick TNA to understand them. You visit what they are doing. How is their life? You work with them. Then you understand them, because you cannot generalize and say this is what we can give SME and they are satisfied. Their business are very dynamic. Their needs are very dynamic. They change every day. So what I would say generally is understand them so that you know what to offer to those SMEs in their particular individual capacity as entrepreneurs. So it might be capacity building, so knowledge impacting. It might even be tools like mobile services, like even having a bank account or otherwise, or it might be even financial services, or sometimes even advice, a very key component of requirements by MSMEs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Is Miss Monica still around? There was a question specific to her.
No, Miss Monica. Miss Monica has.
No, that's fine. Then, yeah, the other questions were for Simel, Monica, and Rema. Since they are not around, I think those questions will be forwarded to them, and they can respond to the specific participants. I think we have come to a close to the end of our workshop. I would like to thank all the participants for their patience. We still have just one. We just have one closing remarks. Sorry, who is there was some interference. We have closing remarks coming from Richard Opero, Director for Strategy and Planning, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, Kenya. So please, Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daktari. My name is Richard Omelo, Director of Strategy, Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. I'm going to be very brief. First is to thank every participant who has made this day a success, starting with the government of the Republic of Kenya, represented by Mr. Ridha, UNDESA, colleagues, participants, ILO participants, consultants working with UNDESA, that's Daktari and Mr. Ongetti, UN Commission for International Trade, other speakers like Director General from Rwanda, COP Agency, Mr. Marangu from COP Bank, Mr. Toto from Cusco, Mr. Jeremy from Equity Bank Group, Rema from SEWA, and other participants, just to name a few. We appreciate your time. Indeed, we appreciate that you've been patient enough since you started the webinar. We also appreciate your contributions. I think at this point, I'll be right to say that we all understand now that the role that MSMEs play in the world, in Africa, and in Kenya is great. And therefore, this opportunity has given us all a platform to share experiences, how we can go about formalizing MSMEs through cooperative enterprise model. Indeed, it has been a very fruitful engagement, and particularly just to highlight a few areas that you've learned. We all agree that cooperative is the way to go in terms of enhancing access to financial resources for MSMEs. Cooperative enterprise is the model to go in terms of enhancing access to markets for MSMEs. Cooperative model is the way to go for MSMEs in terms of assisting them in digitizing their processes. Training and capacity building is also an avenue where we can take advantage of the cooperative model. Cooperative model is the way to increase lobbying or ability for MSMEs to lobby for their services. We also agree that the number of policy issues that probably need to be looked at all levels, aspects of regulations, aspects of warehousing, aspects of business development, research and development, ICT, policy and publicity and advocacy, especially around this time that economy is recovering from effects of COVID-19. Without forgetting the aspect of financing. Financing is critical for the growth of MSMEs, and given the number of people that MSMEs support, it is important that we consider taking this discussion a notch higher in terms of seeing how do we implement some of these recommendations. I believe we've met our objectives, which being the first one was to bring us together to all stakeholders to discuss aspects of cooperative enterprise model. I also believe that out of this webinar, we're able to make appropriate recommendations that will be geared towards ensuring that MSMEs are made successful in Kenya and the world at large. At this point, I really appreciate all of you for your contribution. I want to request that as we close this webinar, I believe that the conversation can continue on beyond this platform. I want to encourage each one of us to carry on in the discussions. Let's engage further on the topic, because we can deduce that the cooperative enterprise model is the way to go for the MSMEs in Kenya. Finally, is to also thank UNDESA and just to reiterate all participants that have made this day a success. So from SEA and from Kenya, particularly on behalf of the government, want to say thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to co-host this event, and I'm looking forward to having more engagements, and I want to request each one of us that even in the future, when we're called upon probably to have a similar engagement in the future, please we'll plead that you create time so that you can engage further, so that you're able to influence the policy direction in as far as MSMEs are concerned, not only in Kenya, but in Africa and the globe at large. At that point, I want to say thank you so much and have a good day and a good evening, and we look forward to engaging further on the same topic. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Richard. Clark, do you want to make some statements?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Sifa. This is Clark Liu from UNDESA. First of all, I would like to follow Director Richard to thank everybody for the patience. I know we have touched upon a very important topic, and everybody has strong interest in this topic. And I'm very appreciated and grateful to see the insightful discussions. There are a lot of substantial points included in our discussions, and we look forward to work continuously with you all, and also with MUSIA, and also with the Ministry of Industrialization Kenya, to continue translating these ideas into concrete actions. And we will also continue to organize with MUSIA follow-up activities this year, and we will keep you all updated, and we'll be grateful to see your participants in that event. One last point from the logistics perspective, we will also share a survey of this webinar to all of you, to your email boxes, and we will be very grateful for your kind comment and feedback to this survey, and send it back to us before the deadline, which will be included in that survey. Thank you so much. Thank you.